Tonight, live from the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia, we have boxing action coming your way on the Jetta Promotions card here at the ABC Sports Complex. Hi, Gary Digital Williams alongside Juan Marshall. Thank you for joining us once again here from the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. They are moving on time, but before we get into the card tonight, I'd like to introduce you to our brand new sponsor here from the ABC Sports Complex here on the Boxing on the Beltway Google app for Android, and by folks on Spreaker.com, iHeartRadio.com, and on YouTube. We are brought to you tonight by Real Time Pain Relief. You know someone who has pain, arthritis, tendonitis, joint pain, the muscle strain, backaches, the headaches. Stop wasting your money in pills and all their dangerous side effects. Try Real Time Pain Relief. From boxers to ballerinas, heavyweights to featherweights, from you to me and everyone in between. Put on Real Time Pain Relief, and the pain is gone in real time. So there are our sponsors tonight. We're in the Real Time Pain ringside seats. We're getting ready to start what is now, we just found out as we went on air, going to be a 14-bout card. The bout that will not be with us tonight is Jairo Hernandez, scheduled to take on Brandon Ruffin. That bout is off now. One of the boxers did not pass his physical. So Brandon Ruffin did not pass his physical. So that fight has been canceled. We're now down to 14 bouts. You say down to 14, it's still a lot of bouts. We have 2 8-rounders tonight. Actually, 3 8-rounders tonight. We have 3 6-rounders and everything else, 4 6-rounders, and everything else is a 4-round bout here tonight. Should be very interesting to see what happens. And we have bouts with boxers representing 12 states in the District of Columbia and 6 foreign countries. So a lot of talent spread out throughout the country and the world, Juan.
And that's what we predicted because of the growth of the fighters in this area, broaden themselves out of the area, moving to, fight out of state and fight out of the country. And that's what's happening with promoters having to put cards together. They have to find fighters to come fight on these cards to fill their cards up.
We're getting ready to go for this card. We're going to give you the bouts, give you the update and the preview of the bouts as they come because they're getting ready to start relatively soon. Our first bout is scheduled to be Oshaki Icewater Foster. He's out of Houston, Texas, 8-1 with 5 KOs. His loss came in his last bout as he lost a 8-round unanimous decision to Samuel Tia. And that was at the D Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. That was a tough bout, November 6th. And that bout was actually on, I believe it was on Showtime and Showtime Extreme. And it was a tough loss. It just looked like Foster, we've seen here before. He fought at the North Hall and Eastern Market back in August. Looked very, very good in that bout. But that particular bout, he could not get off and get on track in this bout on November 6th.
Yeah, and that's when you look to bring in fighters from out of the area, you have to bring in quality fights to you if you're going to choose those kind of fighters. And that's what Foster brings. Foster brings is that Foster we have here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Foster is 8-1, and you have to bring a guy that's rising up in his career to bring in a veteran fighter that has a lot of fights under his belt and show the area, this area that he might build some new fans, and that's probably what happened.
Well, Samuel Tia out of Las Vegas was 6-1 going into that bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the
Here's ring announcer, the auctioneer, Brad Dudley, is our ring announcer tonight.
Virginia. Tonight, Tony Jenner of Jenner Promotions and the Virginia State Athletic Commission proud to present 15 bouts professional boxing action. All of the bouts are sanctioned by the Virginia State Athletic Commission, your Executive Director, Mr. David Holland. Tracy Fagan, the Assistant Executive Director. Scoring tonight's bout, our judges at ringside will be Mark Ziatolo, Brian Costello, and Luke Bellamore. Your referees tonight in the ring will be Michelle Myers, right now Billy Johnson right there, and Eric Irizarry. And your ringside physicians tonight is Dr. Greg Pleasance right here on my left, and Dr. John Wayne Chisholm right there on the Chisholm Trail. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to bring our first bout down, and let's get ready to rumble.
Can't say that. Okay, can't really say that. That's it, man. Shaquille Foster's opponent is Raynell Griffin. He's out of New Orleans, Louisiana. Record of 7-23-2 with 2 knockouts, and He is nursing an 8-bout losing streak. Fought some quality people. Maurice Hooker was 11-0-1. He lost to Bahadur Mamajanov, 13-1. Fought some really quality people in his career. His last bout was a second-round TKO loss to Ed Brown. That was on December 12th at Fishers, Indiana. So, again, this is a guy that be a good opportunity for Shaquille Foster to bounce back from if he can do that. Plus, Foster does have a bout coming up in the next month or so.
Yeah, and basically that's what you want to do. You want to bounce back from a loss. You want to come in and have a good showing in the next fight coming up, and we'll see what happens tonight.
Yep. So first bout coming to the ring. Randall Griffin's headed to the ring at this point. Let's tell you where we are now. Real-time pain relief ringside seats. We are the neutral corner's off to our right. The red corner's off directly to our left on the same side. We're right across the ring from the blue corner on our right, and the far neutral corner is on our left. So Randall Griffin's coming to the ring. This bout scheduled for 6 rounds in the junior welterweight division. While we have a moment, we talked about this on our podcast and Beltway Boxing News and Notes, but looking at the cover as I am right now, Juan Marshall brought it here tonight. The cover, if you can pick up the latest edition, if you're in the Washington, Baltimore area, the latest edition of Press Box, or you can read it on PressBox.com. The cover story is Baltimore Gervonta Davis, and it's about the 2016 sports highlights, but the big cover picture of Gervonta Davis called Journey to Glory, a nice story by Bill Ordine of PressBox Online and PressBox, and great story on a guy that I think is really going to go places in the featherweight division. We already have one featherweight champion. Who knows? We could have another one with Gervonta Davis.
And as a fighter, that's what you want to do. You want to be able to promote yourself and get yourself noticed. In a way, you bring attention to yourself, but not saying you're going to be the next best thing in boxing. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's getting himself noticed, and he's performing well in the ring so people can notice who he is. So each and every time he gets on television and each and every time he has a bout, people got their eyes on him to see what his expectations are and going into his next fight. And being with Mayweather, that's another plus for him. You know, being behind Mayweather Promotions, Mayweather's also going to permit, and now we have Antoine Douglas coming up right behind us. We were just talking about it.
One of the guys, our co-Beltway Boxer of the Year, has just joined us. Antoine, we got a couple of seconds. First of all, congratulations on a great year. And of course, we named you co-Beltway Boxer of the Year, and you deserved it. And there's some talk, there's some big things coming your way in 2016. Possible shot in the first quarter of Showtime Championship Boxing. Talk about that a little bit.
It's a great opportunity for me. Like we said, man, I had a great year, and we're just looking to keep moving forward, man. And the way things are going, everything's falling into place, man. You know, they always ask you. You know, I was asked 5 years ago, where do you see yourself? And you can never imagine, pinpoint exactly where you would be. Mm-hmm. But I would say I'm very satisfied, if not overly satisfied, with where I'm at now and where my path seems to be heading.
Of course, you and your sister, Tara Shea, and of course, your sister had a nice article in Ring Magazine this month in the March 16 situation. Also, the fact that you are one of the top sibling duos in the world today. But it must be great to be a Douglas person right now.
Definitely, man. Our names in the DMV, our names have always rang bells and stuff. So now I'm being able to ring bells internationally, with that name, that Douglas name that we have, and with our story, being able to impact so many. It's, just such a beautiful thing, being able to do it with my sister, being able to impact it, that much more. So, it's great for me.
Fantastic.
Tell us about that card you were with Danny Jacobs, Piliquilla. You didn't know the outcome of the fight, but were you surprised at the outcome of that fight?
I was surprised at the outcome, but this is boxing. Anything can happen, man. And at an instant, one punch can abruptly change a fight. So it wasn't too surprised, but I was surprised that he knocked him out so early. But, it was a great fight.
So what's the timetable? Is there any specific timetable for you all as far as the situation?
Well, my next fight should be February 20th. That's what we're looking
February 20th.
at.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. So we wish you well, definitely.
Thank
Antoine Action Douglas, one of the top middleweights in the world, our co-beltweight boxer of the year. Oh, okay. Okay, good. Just a second. Okay, so fantastic. Would you ready to start our first bout? O'Shaquie Foster in the blue trunks with the black strand, like lightning bolts. Look like lightning bolts. While Raynell Griffin is out of the blue corner. He's in all black trunks. So again, some great boxing coming up. Here we go. Round one. We are scheduled for 6 from the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. Glad you could be with us. Alongside Juan Marshall, I'm Gary Digital Williams. Foster using that left jab. Griffin trying to go left to the body.
Griffin's a southpaw.
Griffin with a straight left hand. Griffin a southpaw stance. And they tangle as Griffin tries to go in front. Foster usually had that quick hands, and he was trying to flick that jab out, flick that left jab out, and Griffin trying to do the same through the right hand. Griffin trying to go underneath. Gets caught with a right hand by Foster up against the ropes. And Foster now is back to us at our Springfield.com location. Good combination to the head and one to the body. Griffin comes back with a body shot with the left hand. Foster moving back and forth. The right hand over the top. First minute, round one, we're scheduled for 6. Foster trying to land the left hand. Griffin trying to go inside. Gets caught with the right hand over the top. Left hand by Foster. Last time Foster was in the area at Eastern Market in August in Washington, D.C., North Hall, he did a good job switching back and forth from conventional to southpaw and caught his opponent that way. Knocked him out. Griffin with the right hand missing. Halfway through round one, we're scheduled for 6. Left hand by Griffin. Right hand down the pike by Foster. Foster using lead right hand now. Left jab by Foster, missing with the right hook. Jab once again by Foster, left hand. Left hand catching, getting Griffin coming in. In this first round, we're heading to the final minute of the first round. We're scheduled for 6. Right hand, good combination there by Griffin Foster to the body. He throws the left hand again to the body. The right hand by Griffin. Griffin trying to fire back. And inside the final 30 seconds of the first round, we're scheduled for 6. Griffin with the left hand. Foster with the left hand, I should say. Griffin trying to land left hands. And straight led to a good body shot. Good left hand to the body by O'Shaquie Foster and drops Griffin to his knees. Referee Billy Johnson making the count. Gets up at the count of 5. Right in neutral corner off to our right. Tells Johnson he's okay. First knockdown by O'Shaquie Foster in the final seconds of the first round. We're scheduled for 6 and another body shot. This time with the right hand. Puts Griffin to one knee. He gets right back up quickly. And he may just survive the round. Let's see. He puts his hands up in front of Billy Johnson. Johnson makes sure he's okay. And the bell rings to end the first round. So 2 knockdowns in that first round. O'Shaquie Foster with some blistering body work.
Actually, Foster came out in the first round perfectly. He started to use his jab to get the range and you see how he closed that range up by using that jab and able to land those body shots. Because it seemed like most of the time people use a whole round to get their range, but he used minutes in the round. In the last few seconds of the round, was able to drop Griffin.
So 2 knockdowns in the first round. And unless Raynell Griffin finds a way to go up against that body shot, it's going to be a short second round for Raynell Griffin against O'Shaquie Foster.
Yeah, Griffin's going to have to reestablish himself in round 2 because he's already behind because he lost the distance that he needed. Actually, he didn't take the distance away from Foster.
we go round 2. We're scheduled for 6. O'Shaquie Foster, Griffin trying to come quickly. Foster getting that left hand. Throwing the left jab very well. Gets a good combination. Oh, good right hand. Body shots again. Head shots. Griffin trying to cover, but he can't do it. Good combinations there by O'Shaquie Foster. Another left hand to the body. Right behind us, right in front of us, that Spreaker.com location. He moves to his right now, Foster does. Good left hand to the face by Foster as Griffin was underneath. Foster is definitely trying to land that body shot. First minute of round 2, we're scheduled for 6. 2 knockdowns already by O'Shaquie Foster. He moves backwards, trying to bait Griffin in. Left jab by Foster misses. Griffin ducks on the left jab. There's a right hand by Foster. Griffin lands the left hand. Left hand to the body as Foster's on the ropes on the right, near our iHeartRadio.com location. Off the neutral corner. There's a right hand over the top by Foster. Left hand to the body by Foster. Griffin stops punching. And now he comes back, fires a combination, but misses as Foster's able to evade it. Foster laying left hand, left jab. Griffin trying to come in. We're halfway through round 2, almost at the final minute of round 2. Right hand by Foster. Griffin with his back to the red corner. That's Foster's corner. Off to our left. There's a right hand by Foster to the body. Left hand to the body. Griffin doing a little better job in maintaining his win in this second round, but again, I think Foster hasn't put on the pressure as he did in the first round. Heading to the final 30 seconds, second round. Right hand down the pipe by Foster. Foster moves to his left, catches Griffin with a beautiful left hand. Foster stalking Griffin in his own corner, in Foster's own corner. Catches Griffin coming in with a left hand. Griffin trying to figure out what he can do with a right hand by Foster. Good right hand down the pipe by Foster. Final seconds of the second round. Foster with good pinpoint accuracy as he gets Griffin, but Griffin's able to survive the round without getting knocked down this time around.
Yeah. Foster's using a lot of feints to actually freeze Griffin. That's what's allowing him to land a lot of those shots and also he's using a lot of throwaway punches. Using those throwaway punches, what I mean is he's baiting them in. He tosses a slight jab out there just to get Griffin to move to the side he wants to move, and that's when he's able to counter and land another shot that he wants to land on him, and that's actually working for him.
You ready for round 3, scheduled for 6? Both men get up out of their corners. Round 3, we are scheduled for 6. 2 knockdowns in the first round for O'Shaquie Foster. Record of 8-1 with 5 KOs to his credit. Good right hand to the body once again by Foster. That's been the key weapon. And good shot to the right hand. Griffin's in a little bit of trouble. He's laying up against the ropes. He's having a real tough time now, but he fires out a left hand and hits Foster on the right arm. Another left hand over the top by O'Shaquie Foster. Trying to bounce back after his first pro loss. Took place on November 6th in Las Vegas. Matter of fact, that may be the same card Antoine Douglas, I guess, earlier tonight was on, and we beat Les Sherrington on Showtime, on the Showbox channel. Good right hand to the body, first minute, round 3. Scheduled for 6, 2 knockdowns already for Shaquille Foster. Give Griffin a lot of credit, he's staying in there. Griffin trying to figure out, but again, the feints that Juan Marshall's talking about, there's a right hand, straight right hand by Foster. But the feints that Griffin are really kind of stopping Griffin in his tracks right now. And he can't really get a good offense going. He pushes Foster against his own corner, against the blue corner. That's directly in front of us. Good left hand by Foster to the body. Right hand to the body by Foster. Past the halfway point, round 3. Oh, good combination. Start with an uppercut, left uppercut by Foster. Right hand down the pike by Foster. Left hand, good left hook by Foster. Real quick, real short. 1 minute remaining in the 3rd round. Combination made by Foster. Foster conventional stance. Right hand by Foster. But Griffin staying in there. He's trying to survive. But Foster left hand. Good left hand by Foster. Inside the final 30 seconds of the 3rd round. Scheduled for 6. Right hand landing by Foster. There's a left hand by Foster. Final seconds, 3rd round. Again, very tactful bout so far over the last 2 rounds. After the 2 knockdowns, there's a good right hand by Foster as the round ends, but good tactical round for Shaquille Foster.
Yeah, I think Foster's just trying to see where he has Griffin. And I think the next round he's going to come out and you're going to see him throwing a lot, putting more combinations together. He's putting 2-punch combinations together right now, but I think you're going to see the 4 or 5 combinations coming in to actually try to finish off Griffin going in, because I don't think he's going to need 6 rounds into this fight right here, because he's breaking Griffin down too early.
And Griffin just can't get going offensively. He's having a real tough time with, as Juan talked about, the feints that he's using. That's really doing some damage here. Good crowd on hand tonight here at the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. It's a big night of professional boxing here. Don't forget you can chat with us throughout the evening on Spreaker.com or iHeartRadio.com. You can chat with us, especially if you have the Google app for Android. Give us a chat and see how things are going. How you think the card is going. Here we go. Round 4 scheduled for 6. Shaquille Foster in the blue trunks with the black trim. And Renell Griffin out of New Orleans, Louisiana, is in the black trunks. Foster is from Houston, Texas. His 2nd appearance here in the Beltway. Foster moving back and forth. Good right hand, good left hand as well. Straight right followed by straight left. Griffin trying to dodge and weave, but there's the combination by Shaquille Foster. Body shot by Foster with the right hand. Left hand tried by Griffin. And Griffin and Foster trying to put some combinations together, you saying?
Yeah, he's trying to put those combinations together that I was talking about in between the rounds. Right now, he's sizing Griffin up to see where his weaknesses are, because he's, like I said, he broke him down in the earlier rounds, and Griffin looks like he's getting weaker. You know, his hands starting to drop a little bit. He's starting to question what Foster's ready to throw for him, because he actually is not prepared for whatever Foster's throwing.
Heading to the halfway point of the 4th round, scheduled for 6. Left hand landing by Foster. Good jabs. Foster tried the combination, missed a lot of those shots, especially with the right hand. Did land with the left hand, however. They're in the far neutral corner, directly across my location. Right hand by Foster. Left hand missing by Griffin. Okay, into the final minute of the 4th round. Right hand by Foster. The left hand. As Griffin ducks down, he gets hit with the left hand. Right hand to the body. Down goes Griffin. In the far neutral corner, a straight right hand by Foster, and Billy Johnson waves it off. About a minute to go in the fourth round. So, Shaquille Foster raises his record to 9-1, 6 KOs to his credit. And right now, Griffin falls now to 7-24-2 with 2 KOs. So, as you said, Juan, you broke down Griffin enough and started putting some little more heat on the situation and ended up breaking him down.
And actually, it was a dominating performance without Foster having to do a whole lot. It was basically basic boxing he was doing, but it was with power behind it. And like I said, it was punches that gradually broke Griffin down from the start of the fight. Once Foster found his distance, which normally a fighter uses in a complete round to find a distance, but in the first minute of the round, he found his distance. The second minute of the round, he started to beating him up a little bit. And the third and final minute of the round, that's when he was able to land those body shots and send Foster send Griffin to the canvas.
We got the ring announcer Brad Dudley giving us the official time of the stoppage. Just a moment. Here's ring announcer Brad Dudley.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, at 2 minutes and 13 seconds of the fourth round, referee Billy Johnson calls the halt to a winner by TKO for Shaquille Icewater Foster. Ronald Griffin, ladies and gentlemen, Ronald Griffin.
So, Shaquille Icewater Foster out of Houston, Texas, once again raises his record to 9-1 with 6 KOs to his credit. We're going to try to move some of these bouts very quickly because we do have a long list of bouts here tonight.
That's a strong way to open up 2016 with 14 bouts on one card.
Later on this evening, we went about a 4-rounder junior welterweight bout. That bout was halted for medical reasons. Therefore, we wanted to bring it in here because all the way from Veracruz in New Mexico, ladies and gentlemen, his professional record is 4 victories, no losses. Ladies and gentlemen, here's everybody only Fernando Vargas, all the way from Mexico.
So Jairo Hernandez was scheduled to fight, as we talked about right at the top of the show. That bout, his bout against Brandon Ruffin, was canceled because Ruffin had medical issues, so he was unable to compete tonight.
And that's another unfortunate thing about boxing, professional boxing. You know, you travel from all over the country sometimes, and you get to your bout, and your guy can't even make weight sometimes, or he can't pass the physical, or sometimes he just drops out the bout completely. It could be anything, contract issues or anything. So that's one thing you have to get used to as a boxer, and sometimes expect to happen to you once in a while as a fighter. So I know sometimes it's hard for that guy coming from Mexico, coming up to the United States, and still not able to fight.
Just make sure your flash is out.
So our next bout is scheduled to be a 4-round bout between Dustin the White Tiger Fleischer. He is out of Monmouth Beach, New Jersey, record of 5-0, all 5 wins by KO. His last bout was against Oscar Diaz, and he knocked out Diaz in the second round on October 17th in Quincy, Massachusetts. Now, Fleischer, still a young guy, hasn't fought too many quality people. He only had 5 bouts, of course, and Ira Frank was the only boxer he's fought that had any kind of winning record. He was 1-0 going in, and Fleischer knocked out Frank in 1 round. He's fought Stacey Anderson, who was 0-1, knocked him out in the third round. Fought on the Barclays Center on June 6th against Kareem Milner. He was 1-1 going in, and Fleischer knocked out Milner in the first round, and then Frank Jordan fought Dustin Fleischer in Fleischer's pro debut at the Theater at Madison Square Garden. That was on January the 9th, and Fleischer won by second round TKO. Fleischer's opponent is Lionel Jimenez. He's out of East Moline, Illinois. Record of 2-8, all 2 wins by knockout. He is nursing a 7-bout losing streak. He's fought some quality people. He's fought Arnold Barboza, who was 7-0, went 6 rounds with him. Tony Lee, he lost to Tony Lee, and Lee was 10-1-1. His wins have come against William Bocard in his pro debut. Bocard was 1-12, but he did beat Jacob Clem 2-0 back in May of 2015 by second round TKO, and Clem was 2-0. But usually stays on his feet. He's only been he's never been knocked out. All his wins have come by KO, but he's not been knocked out. So that's be interesting to see what happens here. 2-8, 2 wins by knockout. He's lost back-to-back 4-round bouts. He had a busy 2015. Matter of fact, he fought 8-9 times in 2015. So he's busy, he's experienced, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, in a fight, when you're coming in with a guy with 5 knockouts, you always want to look and see who his opponents are. And basically, his knockouts came against guys that had... Basically, he came in his pro debut with an average fight, just as quality fights as he has, I guess, because I don't know his amateur background. But his opponent tonight has went the distance in all his fights. And he went the distance with guys that were 8-0-1, 10-1-1, 7-0, you know, all undefeated fighters he went into his bouts with. And that could be the difference in this fight tonight, with guys with quality fights and him with Jimenez, yeah, going the distance with a lot of those guys. So we can see if Fleischer is ready to go the long haul tonight.
This is a 4-round bout, and Jimenez has been 4 rounds a number of times. Matter of fact, in 4 rounds just about every bout that he's been in, with the exception of the 2 wins he has by knockout. He's also done 6-round bouts. He's gone to this in 3 straight 6-round bouts between June and August of 2015. Dustin Fleischer has yet to go 4 rounds. He's only been furthest he's gone is 3 rounds. That was against Stacey Anderson. He knocked out Stacey Anderson in the 3rd round. Once again, our Boxing on Beltway Google app for Android, and our coverage of professional boxing here from the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia, brought to you by Real-Time Pain Relief. Stop wasting your money on pills and all their dangerous side effects. Try Real-Time Pain Relief. Real-Time Pain Relief will knock out the hurt. Rub it on, the pain is gone in real time. Lionel Jimenez is already in the ring. Yeah, he's out of East Moline, Illinois. Meanwhile, Dustin Fleischer out of Monmouth Beach, New Jersey. Record of 5-0. He's going to try to keep his knockout streak available. 5-0, all 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Getting a couple of tweets on our Twitter page, as the Boxing on Beltway broadcast can be picked up on Twitter as well. And we thank you all for listening as well. Thank you for doing that. And those of you listening on Spreaker.com, iHeartRadio.com, and I hear we have a YouTube feed now that we're going live on. So we thank you all for that as well. If you're listening throughout the world, thank you very much for doing so. And chat with us if you have any questions. Anyone who has any information on Danny Kelly. Danny Kelly fighting tonight at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York, on the undercard of Deontay Wilder bout. We'll see if we can get some information on that as well. He was facing an undefeated fighter, so again, that situation one, we have a guy that's trying to make a step up in that situation.
Yeah, and like you said, that's when you have to take advantage of the opportunities that come to you, because if you sit back and you pass up opportunities, those opportunities might not turn the corner again. So you got to jump on those opportunities when you have, and this is one of them times that Danny Kelly has to make a name for himself, especially being on that type of car. You're going to have a lot of people around that might be impressed by what they see, and that's the opportunity, like I said, you have to take advantage of.
And here's a car that is double main event with 2 heavyweight championship bouts. First time they've had heavyweight championship bouts in Brooklyn in more than a century. So, again, that's a good opportunity if Danny Kelly can do well in that situation. Still waiting for the appearance of the White Tiger, Dustin Fletcher, in the ring. Lionel Jimenez is in the ring already. I think he is now coming to the ring. Dustin Fleischer, dressed in a white and gray shirt. Dustin Fleischer now making his way into the ring. Billy Johnson remains in the ring for green. And here is Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go for our second bout of the evening. This bout scheduled for 4 rounds in the junior welterweight division. Again, scoring tonight at the ringside is Mark Tiatolo, Luke Delamour, and Brian Costello. Once again, the referee in charge of the action in the ring, Billy Johnson. Introducing first out of the blue corner with the black trunks and the red shirt. Fighting out of the east in Moline, Illinois, he's a veteran in 10-bout series of Lionel Jimenez. His opponent out of the red corner with the black trunks and the white trim. A fantastic amateur out-time frame in the United States, ladies and gentlemen. 5 victories, 5 KOs. Here is Dustin, the White Tiger, Fletcher, 4 rounds, June Lopez.
Ready for our second bout of the evening. Alongside Juan Marshall, I'm Gary Digital Williams. Thanks for staying with us here in our real-time pain relief ringside seats here at the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. Here we go, round 1. We are scheduled for 6. Jimenez comes darting out. And Fleischer trying to land left jabs coming in. Left jab missing by Johnson. Jimenez. Fleischer landing left jab. Jimenez trying to avoid that left jab. He's kind of herky-jerky in there. First minute of round 1, we are scheduled for 4. Now your left jab going. Both men doing a lot of feinting, but no contact here in this first round. Jimenez up against the rope to the body shot by Fleischer. Jimenez missing with the right hand. Jimenez trying to triple up the left jab. Into the halfway point, round 1. Good body shot with the left hand by Fleischer. Halfway through round 1. Jimenez trying to duck, dodge. But Fleischer starting to land his left jab a little bit more. Backing up. Now he comes forward. Left hand to the body, touches the body a little bit. Jimenez tried the left jab. Jimenez slips a little bit, stumbles off the foot of Fleischer. Right hand over the top by Fleischer. Right hand to the body. Jimenez trying to throw a left jab. Under a minute to go. Good left hand. And Jimenez comes in. He actually caught Fleischer with a right hand, I should say. And he's following Fleischer. Fleischer a little bit of trouble here. He lands a left jab to the body. But Fleischer suddenly on the ropes. Jimenez trying to play with Fleischer's head a little bit. The right hand by Fleischer. Jimenez shaking his head saying, no, it didn't hurt. We're inside the final 15 seconds of round number 1. A little surprising turn of events there. Jimenez fired up as he makes Fleischer get some work in his first round. So interesting first round there, as nothing much going on, and then all of a sudden Fleischer got hit with a right hand, and Jimenez got a new attitude going in there.
Yeah, Fleischer looked like he was trying to keep a slower pace, but Jimenez looked like he wanted to jump on him, and that's basically what he was doing. He saw what Fleischer was trying to do, so he became more aggressive, and he was able to actually land a punch on Fleischer. So Jimenez looks a little more confident than Fleischer is. I guess I want to see how that happens going into the second round.
So we'll see what happens here.
And also, Fleischer's not used to competition like this because Jimenez, he's normally fighting guys with just as many fights as he has. So this is all new to Fleischer right now.
Well, this is the most experienced boxer by 2 bouts that Fleischer has faced. Jimenez is at 10 bouts as round 2 starts. And his last opponent was 0-8 for Fleischer. There's body shots by Fleischer. Jimenez keeps saying it didn't hurt, but sometimes being that it did, we'll see. All depends on how well he reacts to it, of course. But Fleischer definitely trying to pick up the pace. Early part of this second round, we're scheduled for 4. They tangle, and referee Billy Johnson tells them to separate, and they do so. Right over our Speaker.com location. Right jab by Jimenez. Right hand over the top by Jimenez, should say. Fleischer trying to land the left jab. This is a good combination to the body. Jimenez is a tough guy. He has never been knocked out as a pro. And I think he's showing that toughness right now to Dustin Fleischer. Now, if Jimenez can throw a little offense in there, we'll get caught with the right hand there. If Jimenez can throw a little offense there, as we're heading toward the halfway point of round 2. Interesting to see what happens the rest of the way.
Like you were saying,
the right hand by Fleischer. And he catches Jimenez. Jimenez tries to survive and hold on. Gets caught with a beautiful left hook by Dustin Fleischer. Jimenez saying it didn't hurt, but they bash heads a little bit. Oh, good right hand, uppercut. And Jimenez talking to Fleischer, but he's getting hit along the way. So Jimenez having no offense, but still staying in there, showing the toughness that he has.
That's what's going to ease the bout away from him because he's not throwing any offense. And then Fleischer's getting more confident because he's starting to land more punches and going into this round. Like, he only has 4 rounds. But this is the type of fight a guy with all knockouts need. They need somebody to test him a little bit and be more aggressive and actually take him the distance so he'd be able to learn how to fight throughout the rounds he's contracted to fight for.
Good left hand to the body by Fleischer. And actually, Billy Johnson says the punch landed a little low. He warns Fleischer with that. Inside the final minute of the second round, we're scheduled for 4. Good left hand there by Fleischer. Good left jab. And a tangle. And a breakout by themselves. Heading toward the final seconds of the second round. Much better round for Dustin Fleischer. Right hand over the top. Good combination there by Fleischer. Lands the right hand very well as the seconds tick away. Final seconds here in the second round. We're scheduled for 4. And a much better round for Dustin, the White Tiger Fleischer, out of Monmouth Beach, New Jersey. So good, solid round, but again, Jimenez showing his toughness and why we can understand why he had not been knocked out in his pro career thus far.
Yeah, even he's showing his toughness, but at those times that he's showing his toughness, when a guy normally shakes his head and say it didn't hurt, that means it does hurt. You know, we hear that a lot, you know, with telecasts, but that's what you can see it on their face, and that's what's happening. Fleischer's landing some shots on Jimenez, and they're actually taking his hold on him because he's starting to land more shots. So I think Fleischer's going to come out with a little more confidence in this round, seeing that he can land more shots on Jimenez, which he's doing.
Jimenez sitting in his corner, laying back on the blue corner pad. Meanwhile, Fleischer in the red corner off to our left is sitting straight up as the call for seconds out goes on. We're in round 3, scheduled for 4. Scheduled for 4. Dustin Fleischer, undefeated, 5-0, 5 KOs. He's in the black and white trunks. And Jimenez 2-8, 2 KOs in the black trunks with the red trim. His left hand by Fleischer, right up against our iHeartRadio.com location. Right hand landing by Fleischer. Left hand to the body by Fleischer. Right hand by Fleischer. Fleischer pushing and sending Jimenez backwards. Right hand over the top. And really, Jimenez not doing anything early in this first round. He's moved from side to side, but he's taking and blocking punches throughout the first minute of this third round. Oh, good body shots there by Fleischer. To left-right combination to the body. Jimenez off in the far neutral corner. Off the far left. Now moves to the right. Now back over to the left as he gets hit with a right hand to the body. Close to halfway point of round number 3, scheduled for 4. Right hand, good right hand to the body by Fleischer. Fleischer trying to pick his shots, get a right hand to the body. And left jab by Fleischer, moves to his left. Right in front of us, our Spreaker.com location. Final minute, third round. Fleischer missing with a right hand. And back with the left hand of his own. There's a right hand to the body, right hand up top by Fleischer. He doubled up that right hand very nicely. First to the body, then to the head. Left hand by Fleischer. Jimenez is one of his rare shots. It's Fleischer behind the head. Inside the final 30 seconds of the third round, we're scheduled for 4. That means we're under 30 seconds remaining for virgin territory for Dustin Fleischer, who catches Jimenez with the right hand, puts Jimenez on his bicycle. But in just 10 fights, it looks like Lionel Jimenez is a master of survival, and he'll try to do that going into the 4th round as we come to the bell.
It looks like it's headed towards that direction, but I know Fleischer. I see him doing a smart thing. I'm not sure if it's on purpose or is it strategic, because when he's starting to land a lot of shots on Jimenez's arms, and sometimes when you punch a guy in his arms, which is perfectly legal, sometimes punching him on his arms give him to hurt a little bit and get the guy to drop his hands a little bit. And I see Jimenez try to shake him out a lot. He started to shake those arms out a lot, and that's what made Fleischer be able to land those shots he's landing, because his punches are starting to get harder and harder now on Jimenez. And Jimenez is not showing or getting arrogant and saying they're not hurting anymore, because he's starting to get humble to those shots.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get for this fourth and final round.
Still to come on main event, Jerome Quigley taking on Dwayne Shelton. There'll be some bouts after the main event tonight. So a little different schedule. Here we go, round 4, the final round of this bout. Dustin Fleischer looking to continue his knockout streak, but he's going to have a tall order in doing so against a very tough and in survival mode Lionel Jimenez. Fleischer landing left hand to the body, the left hand up top. And the right hand, that wobbles Jimenez a little bit, but he comes right back, tries to throw left hand of his own. Left hand to the body, good left hand around the corner by Fleischer. Right hand down the pipe by Fleischer. Left hand to the body now. Jimenez started was a little low, but he may be breaking down a little bit because of those body shots by Dustin Fleischer. Left hand to the body, another left hand to the side, another left hand to the side. We'll see what happens here, but that shot's starting to break down a little bit.
Yeah, those body shots are really starting. I see Jimenez starting to bring those elbows in a little tighter because those body shots are landing so often now.
First minute, round 4, the final round of this bout. Right hand to the body by Dustin Fleischer, missing with the right hand over the top. Left jab by Fleischer. Fleischer missing with the right hand. Jimenez sneaks in the left hand, left jab. And like we said, Jimenez's offense has been really much non-existent, but he's getting caught with some beautiful right hands. Jimenez trying to say it didn't hurt, but those shakes of the head becoming slower and slower as this bout continues. Under a minute to go. Okay, the first time Fleischer's been 4 rounds in his pro career. Right hand to the body by Fleischer. Right hand over the top by Fleischer. We head to the final 30 seconds of the final round. Fleischer feinting with the left hand, lands a right hand over the top. Right hand to the body, left hand to the body by Fleischer. Right hand down the pipe by Fleischer. So we head to the final 10 seconds of the final round. The left hand by Fleischer. But it looks like the knockout streak will end, but Fleischer gets some much needed work. And it looks like he'll get a victory and remain undefeated.
Every guy that wins with knockouts, they need a taste of how it feels to go the distance. And sometimes fighters need to taste how it feels to hit the canvas, but as long as they get up, at least they say they can persevere and find out how it is, and that makes them a complete all-around fighter. And also it humbles them to know that there's a lot of stuff they need to learn. And this is what happens to now. Now he knows that he can't knock out everybody.
So far, Cardinals 7, Green Bay 0. I don't know what order it is.
So we'll get the scores a little bit from this bout. Right now, Brad Dudley giving us the NFL scores. Official decision momentarily from ring announcer the auctioneer Brad Dudley. They said our main event coming up, Jerome Quigley defending his Virginia State welterweight title against Dwayne Shelton out of Bumpus, Virginia. We've got Doty Boy Penaloza Jr., Devontae Speed Rawls, and many others. We're going through a 14-bout card here tonight. Jimenez with some good sportsmanship. add on the rear end to Dustin Fleischer. Still waiting for the scores from ringside. We given to our ring announcer, Brad Dudley. And here they are. And here's Brad Dudley with the official. Well, he's going to check it a little bit here. With Commissioner Dave, the chair of the Virginia State Commission, David Holland, alongside Tracy Fagan, off to our right. Once again, here is Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our 4 great rounds. And after 4 great rounds, we go to the scoreboards. Judge Lavalier scored out 40-36. Judge Costello scored out 40-36. And Judge Leotello scored out 39-27. For your winner by unanimous decision and still undefeated, Dustin the White Tiger Fleischer. A very, very game. Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen.
Once again, the score is 40-36 twice and 39-37. Not exactly sure unless you want to maybe say that he may have won the first round. I don't know. We'll see. But Dustin Fleischer now 6-0, 5 KOs, and Lionel Jimenez now 2-9. But Dustin Fleischer goes the distance for the first time in his pro career. Jimenez has 2 KOs to his credit as well.
Yeah, like I said, this is a fight that he needed in his career, and it's a good thing it came early in his career, in his 6th fight, because he don't want to drag out in his career going with a lot of fights and don't know how to go the distance, because he might be in that one tough fight where it really counts, and he's not prepared to go the distance, and he might get outpointed.
Next bout scheduled to be a 4-round welterweight bout between Carlos Sanchez. He is making his pro debut, and he's taking on Joshua Hennett, who is 0-5 out of Wilson, North Carolina, and all 5. Excuse me. The phrase Wilson, North Carolina now gives a interesting look that reminds me of my youngest daughter. Every time we hear, we'll tell you why in just a moment. But Joshua Hennett now 0-5. All 5 of his losses coming in the first round, and actually one of my good friends in the boxing scene, he does something similar to what we do here in this area down in North Carolina. Paco has his boxing blog about North Carolina boxing, GAR 1580 is what it's called, and he did a tabulation of the boxers' one-loss record from Wilson, North Carolina in 2015. And in 2015, boxers from Wilson, North Carolina went a combined 0-79. That was just in 2015. Now, Hennett was not involved with that because he did not fight in 2015. His last bout was on August 23rd in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. He lost to Headley Scott by first-round knockout. Now, to his credit, I don't know if you want to say his credit or not, he has lost to boxers who have all been undefeated. Most of them have 1-0. His pro debut actually came right here in Washington, D.C. at the Echo Stage Lounge when he lost by first-round knockout to Marcus Bates. So that's been the case. But even folks in North Carolina are having issues with these boxers from Wilson.
And that's when you got to question when you see a guy's record and you see Wilson, North Carolina. It seemed like that's the place to go when you want your fighter to win a fight. Mm-hmm. You know, you bring up opponents from Wilson. We're talking Wilson, right?
Right, Wilson, North Carolina.
And to me, it's like I would love to go down there and see if they actually have gyms in Wilson, North Carolina, where these guys can prepare. Because with a record of 0-79, that tells me it's nothing down there to get these guys ready.
And the referee in charge of all the action will be Eric Introducing first, out of the blue corner with the blue trunks and gray trim. He's He's about to go over 5 bouts, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is from Kansas City, North Carolina, Joshua Hinton. His opponent out of the red corner with the black trunks and white trim, making his professional debut from San Felipe, Mexico. Here he is, El Tiburón, Carlos Sanchez.
Carlos Sanchez making his pro debut out of San Felipe, Mexico, taking on Joshua Hinton. Joshua Hinton out of Wilson, North Carolina. He's 0-5. Gary Digital Williams alongside Juan Marshall. You're listening to live coverage here from the Jetta Promotions card at the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia, right here on our Boxing on the Beltway Google app for Android. Oh, it's Spreaker.com listeners and iHeartRadio.com listeners and listeners on YouTube. So Joshua Hinton coming in very flashy, very quickly. Sanchez being very poised. He's calling Sanchez in, and Joshua Hinton looking very much Fred Sanford-like. If you remember him on top, and remember his son, he gets caught with the left hand. Tries to hang on, and Eric Garazari, the referee, will say it's not a knockdown, but I got to think he got hit on that one. And you remember Fred Sanford from Sanford and Son has hit it. This is a wild left hand. He's stumbling, bumbling, trying to throw a shot. He gets hit with a left hand, and down goes Joshua Hinton. Eric Garazari making the count. Count of 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, and Hinton will not make it out of the first round once again. So the streak continues 0-80 right now, at least from this area.
He leaves a souvenir. He just left a souvenir.
And he spit out his mouthpiece as he got up.
Take it from here, Gary.
Again, folks, we don't want to make light of this in all seriousness, but it may take somebody getting very seriously hurt from Wilson, North Carolina, for this to stop.
One thing seriously I have to say, every fighter, or at least 98% of the fighters that came up here look like they've never been in the gym before, and that's to me that really has to be taken. You have to take a look at that. You know, as a commission, when you actually see all the fighters that have came to this area and have fought and look at the record, mostly all those fighters been knocked out here.
Yeah.
Pretty much all of them. Right. And a lot of them didn't go into the second round. And somebody's seriously going to get hurt because a lot of these guys, as soon as the bell sounds, looked like they had no experience as a boxer at all.
Definitely. So, ring announcer Brad Dudley will bring us the official time of the knockout momentarily.
118.
So again,
ladies and gentlemen, at 1 minute 18 seconds into the first round, the victorious in his pro debut, here he is, El Tiburón, Carlos Sanchez, a la San Felipe, Mexico. Muy fácil, Sanchez.
so Carlos Sanchez making pro debut very easy, very successful, winning a first round knockout over Joshua Hinton. So up next is our 6th round cruiserweight bout, and this one should be very interesting, I think. We have a young man by the name of Stevens Superman Bujau. He is out of New York City by way of Kelman, Albania. Just 25 years old. Undefeated, 13-0-1 with 9 KOs. He's fought some quality people in his in his career. A million people as well. His last bout was against Zach Page. That was on November 8th at the Versailles Temple in Detroit, Michigan. He won an 8-round unanimous decision there. Zach Page does not have the greatest record in the world, but he's been in there with a lot of great people. His draw came against Junior Anthony Wright. That was on May 5th of 2014. This is actually Bujaya's first bout in a little over a couple years now. That Page bout was on November 8th of 2014. He fought Junior Anthony Wright to a 10-round draw, and that was for the vacant WBC International Cruiserweight title. That was in Brighton Beach, New York. He fought some decent people. Victor Barragan, who was 12-7. Elvin Sanchez, who was 6-2. He's fought like Zephyrin Albino, who has been around for a while. Joshua Harris, he beat him by TKO in the second round. His opponent tonight is a guy that has had some interesting situations in his career, and that is Larry Hitman Pryor. This is our first beltweight boxer on the card here. Well, let's see. Wait a minute. I'm going to double check that because this bout doesn't seem to be the bout that we're looking for. It may be on the wrong side of the ring. Let's see. This is scheduled to be Stephen Boudal against Larry Pryor. But the man headed to the blue corner does not look like Larry Pryor. We're kind of wondering here ringside what's going on here. Yeah, we kind of hesitate a little bit because the man that's at the blue corner is not Larry Pryor. That may be Bujay. He may just be in the wrong side of the ring. Well, let's see. No, he's Irish. So according to his ring trunks, he's got a clover on there. Okay, so he's just on the wrong side of the ring. It is Bujay, but he's on the wrong side of the ring. He's supposed to be on the ring in the red corner off to our left. They've got him in the blue corner. Maybe because he's the hometown Pryor's the hometown boxer. Well, speaking of Larry Pryor, so we know we have the right bout. Larry Pryor is out of Frederick, Maryland, originally from D.C. Record of 9-11 with 5 KOs, but he's been fighting all over the place for some very good people. His last win came at the Renaissance Hotel in Washington, D.C. He beat Rayco Sanders in the 6th round, unanimous decision. Last time he was fought here was on September 27th, as he knocked out Santos Martinez in the first round. And of course, his biggest win came on March 12th, 2011. That was at the now Eagle Bank Arena in Fairfax, Virginia, when he won an 8-round unanimous decision over then undefeated Mark TNT Tucker. So and that was a spring where he fought 4 straight undefeated boxers. And that was the only win in that four bout streak. But he fought the likes of Sullivan Barrera, who was 10-0. Isaiah Thomas, who was 6-0 at the time. Ishmael Sila, who was 10-0 as well. So Larry Pryor has fought some quality people. And it'll be interesting to see what he does here as he faces off with Stevens Bujay. Pryor's last bout was on March 13th against Radovej Paladizic. And now he was 17-0 going in that bout. He stopped Larry Pryor in the 4th round. That took place in Tampa, Florida.
Next out, ringside, please. Next out, ringside, please.
So Bouye, I guess it's pronounced Bouye, Stephen Bouye, New York City. Let's see, he is currently moved here. Is that, we're trying to find out now. We updated last information had him being from Albania originally, fighting out of New York City. He's fought MMA now. He's 5-3 as an MMA fighter as well. He's not had any amateur, but he's 13-0-1 as a pro with 9 KOs and fought, again, as we said, some very good people in his pro career thus far. So we'll see what kind of bouts come in. It looks like so we see now Larry Hitman Pryor coming to the ring. 9-11, 5 KOs. On Stevens, Superman Bial. Of Steven Bujal. In the corner of Larry Pryor is Scott Duke Buchanan, who doesn't seem to want to know whether or not he wants to be a trainer or a boxer. He does both. And he's in the corner training, helping train Larry Hitman Pryor. We are through. This is our 4th bout of the evening. Glad you stayed with us right here on Box on Beltway Google app for Android. Our broadcast tonight brought to you by Real Time Pain Relief. Rub it on, the pain is gone in real time. Steven Bujal coming to the ring. Making the long way around for whatever reason. Let's see, where is he going? There he is. Okay, he's going the right way. Referee Michelle Myers for this bout. Once again, we go to ring announcer Brad Dudley. Official introduction.
Here we go for our next bout of the evening. This bout scheduled for 6 rounds in the cruiserweight division. Once again, scoring at ringside, Brian Costello, Mark Tiatello, and Luke Moore. And the man in charge of all the action, here she is, Miss Michelle Myers. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, with the Tigers on the pants, ladies and gentlemen, from Frederick, Maryland, a veteran of 19 bouts, here he is, Larry the Hitman Pryor. This is coming out of the red corner, with the red trunks and gold
So Stevens Bouye from New York City by way of Albania, taking on Larry Hitman Pryor, Stevens known as Superman, at the ABC Sports Complex, Springfield, Virginia. Glad you can stay with us right here for great live boxing action brought to you by Jetta Promotions. Larry Pryor trying to land his left jab as the first round gets underway. Bouye trying to throw left hand. The left jab by Pryor. Oh, good left hand by Bouye. Pryor ducking underneath. Gets caught with the left hand instead. And left hand, and down goes Pryor, but I think referee Michelle Myers will call it a slip as two men kind of tangled a little bit. Pryor trying to land left hand. Left jab. Right jab missing by Hitman Pryor with the right hand. He got Bouye in his own corner off to our left here. But he comes out. Left jab. Oh, good 3 left hands by Bouye. Pryor comes back with the right hand. Right hand down the pipe by Pryor. Right hand by Bouye. Hand to the body. Left hand to the body. Pryor trying to land good combinations. Tangle. We're halfway through round 1, scheduled for 6. Left hand landing by Bouye. Man now center of the ring. Left jab by Bouye. Right hand to the body by Bouye, misses, and Pryor misses with the right hand of his own over the top. Left jab landing by, left hand landing by Bouye. So that was two left hands to the body. Under a minute to go in the first round. Scheduled for 6. Good body shot by Bouye. Left hand by Bouye. Left jab landing by Pryor. Inside the final minute of the first round, scheduled for 6. Left uppercut missing by Bouye. He tries the right hand and misses. Tight guard by Pryor. Pryor ducking, missing a stand as the final seconds tick away here in this first round. Scheduled for 6. And good body shots there by Bouye. Pryor tried to stay in there, but the body shot made a difference early in the first round.
Yeah, Pryor came out in the opening round, giving up his height already. He was crouched down, and what he should have been doing is coming out to establish a jab on Bouye. But Bouye was working around everything. Bouye is actually fighting kind of smart because he's sitting back and watching everything Pryor is doing. That's why he's able to land those shots on Pryor. But Pryor was able to get in at least when Pryor stayed tall, he was able to land some shots on Bouye. He was able to land some body shots. He would also be able to land a jab. But if he continued to land a jab, he can establish this fight a little better.
Ready for round 2. Pryor's ready, but Michelle Myers pushes him back. Here's round 2. We're scheduled for 6. Our 4th bout of the evening here from the ABC Sports Complex. Bouye trying to throw left hand. Pryor trying to pick up the pace with his right hand as well. Left hand to the body. Ooh, nice shot by Bouye. Bouye in the red trunks with gold trim. And Pryor in the leopard trunks. Brown with black tassels on the side. Pryor trying to jab his left hand. Missing with a left hand by Pryor. Pryor's got his hand a little low. Now he gets him back up. He tries to throw that jab, brings his hand down again, and gets caught with the left hand for his trouble by Bouye. Left hand to the body by Bouye. Right hand to the body. Bouye seems to be pinpointing his shots there. There's a right hand straight to the body. Pryor trying to come back with body shots of his own. Left hand by Bouye. Right hand to the body by left hand to the body by Bouye. Heading to the halfway point of round number 2 is scheduled for 6.
Bouye is being very patient. He's what he's trying to do. He's trying to see what Larry Porter was what Pryor would actually give him the opportunity to take advantage of. So he's sitting back, waiting for Pryor to make that mistake, so Bouye can step in and adjust to it and be able to capitalize on it.
Left hand by Bouye. We're heading toward the final minute. Body shot still making the difference for Bouye. Final minute of the second round. We're scheduled for 6. Left hand by Bouye. Stephen Superman Bouye. Out of New York City by way of Albania. Jabbing clinic thus far. There's left hand to the body. Combination to the body with the right followed by the left. Left hand up top by Bouye with the left jab. Right hand missing by Pryor. He tries to lunge in. And the far neutral corner, referee Michelle Myers has to separate him. Under 30 seconds to go in the second round. Pryor sticks out his face and Bouye lands left jab. They tangle up against the ropes. Myers letting them have their hands free. Final seconds. And now he has to break them. She has to break them. And referee Michelle Myers warns Bouye for hitting on the break. Final seconds of this second round. And again, as you said, Juan, a patient performance by Stephen Bouye in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, Bouye, I think he actually is just waiting on the opportunity that Pryor is going to give him, because Pryor isn't doing too much. And lately I've been seeing him paw at his eye a little bit, his left eye. So I'm not sure if it was from a punch or did they clash heads when they was in close or what. But Bouye is definitely waiting for a shot to open up. And he's being very patient. He got 6 rounds, so he got 4 more rounds to do it in.
Stephen Bouye has been 6th round numerous times. In fact, his last bout back in November 2014 was an 8-round win over Zach Page. Get ready for round 3, scheduled for 6. Looking at the left eye of Larry Hitman Pryor. Don't remember too many clashes in close. And so, looks like it might have come from a punch there. Left hand by Pryor. Left hand missing by Pryor. Pryor stumbles and gets caught with the left hand to the body. That Pryor partially blocks, but Bouye landed a couple of shots, but Pryor trying to throw back some shots now. And both men swinging. As Pryor trying to pick up the pace in his 3rd round. Left hand missing by Pryor. Left hand to the body doesn't miss. But Pryor takes the left hand to the body instead. Left hand to the body again by Pryor. Uppercut by Bouye. Uppercut by Bouye. Pryor is landing some left hand to the body. But he's a little tired now as Bouye starting to wear Pryor down. That flurry may be the final flurry that Pryor may have, Juan.
See how he's picking his shots now? He's waiting for the opening when he had Pryor against the ropes. Now he's picking his shots. He's not wasting any time with trying to land those shots. Every shot is landing.
You're right-handed, right over our iHeartRadio.com location. And Pryor trying to hit some shots, but the early flurry by Pryor to be wearing him down. We're halfway through the 3rd round. Left jab missing by Bouye. We head toward the final minute. Both men posing now. Take a little bit of breather. right in the center of the ring. Right hand missing by Bouye. Pryor trying to land left hands. Gets caught with a couple left hands by Bouye. Right hand to the body by Bouye. Pryor lands the right hand. But Bouye comes back with left hand to the body. Right hand to the body by Pryor off against the side. You can almost see the breaking down of Larry Pryor by Superman Bouye. Left hand to the body by Bouye. We head to the final seconds of the third round. Bouye trying to press the issue, throwing right hands, right jabs. Head to the final seconds of the third round. Pryor pushing Bouye against the ropes, trying to double up the left hand. Bouye comes left hand in his own. Referee Michelle Myers warning Myers for pushing, both men for pushing action. She's taking control of this bout a little bit. I don't know if she said might poked him in the eye, I'm not sure, but something happened there in that last few seconds of the round, and Michelle Myers had taken control of that bout.
Yeah, they was getting a little bit out of control with a little bit more shoving than actually starting the box a little bit. When they were getting in close, I think it was because both guys were tired and they was trying to grab a little bit. I think that's what it was, a little bit fatigue in that round. So we're going to keep up, but Boucher, he's going to come out and start and actually landing some solid shots because he knows what punches that's landing on Pryor. And Pryor got a little bit sloppy and started winging punches, tying himself out early.
He is definitely, Pryor is definitely bleeding from the left eye because some of his blood has landed on our papers here ringside. We're in our real-time pain relief ringside seats here at the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. We get ready for round 4. We're scheduled for 6. Even Bouye, record of 13-0, 1 draw, 9 KOs. Oh, good left hand by Bouye. He's out of in New York City. Larry Hitman Pryor, 9-11, 4 KOs, 5 KOs, 5 KOs. Out of Frederick, Maryland by way of Washington, D.C. Left hand over the top by Bouye. Left hand missing by Bouye. Right hand underneath by Bouye and a wild left hand by Larry Pryor. Bouye with another left hand. Pryor with a right hand to the body. Another right hand to the body. Left jab by Pryor. Right hand missing. It looks like Michelle Myers maybe checking that cut that Larry Pryor has. There's a right hand by Pryor. Left hand missing by Pryor. Right hand by Pryor. Go to right hand around the corner by Larry Pryor. As we're halfway through the 4th round. Left hand by Pryor. Pryor's got his hands down. He's throwing arm punches right now. They don't look very strong. Now left hand by Bouye. Here the right hand, left hand by Bouye. Remember, Bouye's been out for a while. He hasn't fought since November of 2014. So that's a little more than a year. So we got to see whether or not fatigue plays a factor with Bouye, although he's been 7-8 rounds many times before. Referee Michelle Myers wants Pryor to keep his head up. Left hand landing by Bouye. Right, and Bouye in this round, one punch and done, really. And Pryor tried to come back, trying to land shots. That's a body shot by Pryor. Left hand by Pryor, by Bouye. Left hand to the body by Bouye. Pryor pushing Bouye up against his own corner. Pryor's land combination and a second took away in this fourth round, final seconds. But a better round for Larry Hitman Pryor, as Bouye was basically just one and done in those exchanges.
Yeah, Pryor dug a little deeper than that round. I thought he was going to start deteriorate a little bit more, but it seemed like he turned it on a little bit, better. And he started landing more shots on Bouye. Like you said, he has been out for about a year and a little over a year now. So maybe that fatigue is starting to set in.
We head to the fifth round. Still to come on main event, Jerome Quigley taking on Dwayne Shelton for the Virginia State welterweight titles. Quigley making his second defense of that title. Also, Kobe the Soldier Breedy will be on the card against Jonathan Gears. Edgar the Tiger Torres at home against Henry Mercer. Cody Boyd Penalosa Jr. on this card. An 8-round bout. Devontae Speed Rawls on the card against Jonathan Hernandez. Round 5, we're scheduled for 6. Bouye comes out, but Pryor landing a couple of jabs to start this fifth round. Pryor, good combinations.
Now I noticed Pryor starting to stand tall a little bit more. He's not crouching down like it is. And I guess his corner noticed that, and they told him to keep fighting tall. And that's when he's able to do his best job.
Right hand landing by Pryor. Bouye trying to go to the body. Pryor slipped a little bit, and Bouye tried to jump as he slipped, but he almost jumped over Larry Pryor. Bouye trying to left uppercut. Left hand to the body by Bouye. Pryor crouching down again. That makes him about the same size as Bouye. As far as punching concerned. First minute, round 5. Pryor tries to right jab. Standing right in front of Bouye. But Bouye now having a tougher time picking out his punches. Pryor with the left hand up against the ropes near the red corner. That's Bouye's corner, off to our left. Left hand underneath by Bouye. Right hand to the body. Left hand, good left hand by Bouye. To the body and to the head. That may have gotten Pryor's attention there. We're into the final minute of the fifth round. We're scheduled for 6. Another left hand by Bouye. Right hand by Bouye. Pryor puts Bouye right over Spreaker.com location. Left hand by Bouye. Pryor trying to stand left hands. Pryor can start with the right hand. Now Bouye finding the left hand as well. Body shots by Bouye. Left hand up top by Bouye. Right hand. Right hook to the head by Bouye. Pryor tries a slapping right hand. Right hand missing by Pryor. Left hand landing by Pryor. Pryor stumbles back over Bouye left hand. About 19 seconds to go in this fifth round. Right hand landing by Bouye. And as we head toward the final moments of this fifth round, left hand by Bouye ends the fifth. What a double left hand, but a solid round that time for Stephen Bouye.
Yeah, Pryor seemed to drop off a little bit in that final, the fifth round, and Bouye seemed to step it up. So it's going to be interesting going into this final round right here to see what happens, because I think this round right here might decide the winner of the bout.
We thought this might be a good one. Pryor has been there with some quality people, and he's fought quality bouts. Stephen Bouye has also been in there with some good people. So, again, one of those situations where you have to overlook the record sometimes, and the quality of proposition played a big key in this matchup. sixth and final round here. This bout of cruiserweights. Even Yay. 13-0-1, 9 KOs. Pryor trying to come out. A little more aggressive. He gets caught with a left hand to the head. And that stunned Larry Pryor there. Pryor covering up. Danny didn't hurt him, but Devin got his attention in sixth and final round early on. Good right-left combination by Bouye. Right hand lane by Pryor. Bouye up against the ropes. Near the red corner, he gets caught with a left hand. And Pryor trying to fight his way back. Left hand, right hand to the body. Pryor wins with left hand to the body. Pryor's got Bouye in the court in the ropes. Off to our right here near the neutral corner. First minute, final round. Left hand by Pryor. Bouye comes back with a combination to the body. Pryor, not sure if he's playing with Bouye, trying to say no, but he gets pushed back. And Michelle Myers warned Bouye for the push. Both men land left hands. So Pryor trying to land and trying to get his bearings as we're heading to the final minute of the sixth and final round. Left hand by Bouye. Pryor ducking under Bouye. Not doing Bouye. Myers won Bouye, pushing his head down. Pryor missing with the right hand. Bouye pushes Pryor up against the ropes. Off to our left, and referee Myers has to separate him. Inside the final minute of the final round, Bouye lands a left hand. Another great left hand by Bouye. Pryor shaking his head, saying it doesn't hurt. Right hand by Pryor just glances off Bouye's chin. In the far neutral corner. Pryor lands, misses an uppercut, misses a left hand, misses a right hand. Lands a glancing right hand to Bouye's head. And punch behind the head, referee Michelle Myers warns of that. That warning to Larry Pryor. Left hand to right hand to the body. Head to the final seconds of the sixth and final round. Definitely the most competitive bout so far tonight. As Bouye lands a couple of left hands at the end of this round and this bout, we go to the scorecard. So really good bout. Our best bout so far this evening.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because I'm pretty sure that they had even exchanges throughout the rounds. You know, both guys took advantage of a round or two, and basically they took, and throughout the rest of the rounds, they became pretty much even with even exchanges and everything. So it's going to be kind of interesting. I want to see what the scores are.
The official time coming up, official decision, I should say. Earlier tonight, Oshaki Foster scored a fourth round TKO over Reinald Griffin. Knocked Griffin down 3 times with body shots. Dustin the White Tiger Fleischer out of Monmouth Bay, New Jersey won a 4-round unanimous decision over Lionel Jimenez. And Carlos Sanchez's pro debut scored a first-round knockout over Joshua Hidden. We wait the scores. collaboration with the Bouye camp and our photographer, the DC Boxing Hall of Famer, Julius Juice Gatlin. And it sounded like he was a little concerned that the scores may not go his way for the Bouye camp.
I think he was more that Juice Gatlin, the videographer, was rooting against him. That's what it was.
Okay. We'll find out the scores as auctioneer Brad Dudley has the scores. Here is Brad Dudley now with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our Vegas 6 hard rounds. We go to the scorecards. Judge Eleanor scored about 59-55. Judge Costello scored about 59-55. And Judge Diatello scored about 60-54 for your winner by unanimous decision, Steve Bouye. A very fair game. Prior, ladies and gentlemen, Larry the Man Prior.
You could have made a case maybe that the bout was a little closer. I think Bouye definitely won the bout, but thought it might have been a little bit closer.
Yeah, I thought Pryor pulled out a round, maybe 2 rounds.
Yeah.
You know, but unanimous decision. I think it should have been maybe a majority decision, not a unanimous decision. But it could have went.
Well, 2 judges had about 59-55, so they gave him at least 1 round. But 58-54, unanimous decision.
Green Bay 6. Cardinals at 1 going into halftime.
Once again, if anybody has any information about Danny Kelly's bout tonight at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York, you send it to us and chat with us here on the Box on Beltway Google app from Android. Very quickly here as Kenneth Gaudreau comes to the ring.
Hey, Gary, this guy's name is really back long. You know, the Chinese put the last name first name last.
I think it's...
So he says it's not a long name, but it's Back.
Okay.
First name is me.
Henry wouldn't have done that.
So we're going to see as Kenneth Gaudreau comes to the ring. He is making his pro debut out of Virginia. And he takes on Meng Feng Long, all the way from Shifeng, China, with 5-0, 3 KOs. Now, all of his bouts have been here in the United States, except for one. He did fight in the U.S. territory in Puerto Rico. That was his last bout back on November 14th. Second round TKO over Andre Sawyer. He's fought in Massachusetts, New Jersey, California, and Connecticut. So Meng Feng Long coming to the ring. And he is trained in the ring, in the corner, by the one and only Adrian Davis is here in his corner. So he may be making his home here in the Beltway area. Adrian Davis is in his corner. So Meng Feng Long. combination boxer. So, 3 KOs. Here's Brad Dudley once again with the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go for our next battle. This round scheduled for 4 rounds of the light heavyweight division. Once again, starting the ringside of Brian Buxton. Judge Mark Piazzato and Luke Baltimore. In charge of the action will be referee Billy Johnson. Introducing first out of the corner with the green and gold with the Irish shorts. Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out of Springfield, Virginia, making his professional debut. Here is Jeff
Here we go. We get ready for our first bout. Kenny Goudreau out of Sterling, Virginia. Gets hit with a left hand by Meng. Meng combination. We're getting a couple results here from Carvin Brooklyn. We'll get that to you as soon as this round is over. The right hand landed by Meng. Good left hand by Meng. Goudreau trying to tangle and get down Meng. There's a left hand missing by Meng. There's a left hand. Good right hand by Meng. They tangle up against the ropes. The left hand landing. Good left hand, right hand landing by Meng. Meng's a southpaw. 5-3 KO. The left hand by Meng. Left hand missing by Goudreau. Goudreau. Meng slips right here ringside. He slipped right off the apron here. And he's tangled up in some string there, which I don't know why it's there in the first place. But his foot just slipped underneath the bottom rope, right near his own corner. And Goudreau actually getting warned by referee Billy Johnson because he came after as Meng slipped a little bit. Left hand landing by Meng. Now Goudreau trying to duck inside, missing with right hand. Meng with the left hand. We head to the final moments of this first round. We're scheduled for 4. Light heavyweights in action here. And good. Right hand made by Meng. Meng left hand to the body. That stunned Goudreau. Goudreau's in a little bit of trouble. He's trying to hang on. Left hand by Meng. Left hand to the body by Meng. Left hand by Meng. Goudreau bounces back. We head toward the final seconds. Goudreau's in trouble. Can he hang on? And down he goes. Right in the Meng corner. Johnson with 3, 4, 5. Goudreau up to one knee. 6, 7. He's back up now to 8, 9. Let's see. Goudreau says he's okay. No, he's not okay. And Meng Feng Long wins by first round knockout. Probably will come around the 3-minute mark. Yeah, TKO. Now we get the official time momentarily from ring announcer Brad Dilley. Should come right around the 3-minute mark. Because Ming dropped Goudreau with some hard body and head shots right at the end of the first round. Cannot be saved by the bell in any round. So we'll see what the official time will be. We'll get the official time from ring announcer Brad Dudley. I guess they're waiting for main cold blood Ben Long. Now he comes over to shake hands with the Goudreau corner. Once again, here's Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 2 minutes and 59 seconds after the first round, referee Willie Johnson calls a halt to that for winner by TKO.
So Meng Feng Long now 6-0, 3 KOs. Wow. Goudreau loses his pro debut. Now we are being told that Danny Kelly we are being told that I had a little conversation with the ring announcer. We are being told that Danny Kelly has lost an 8-round unanimous decision. Caught that from a couple of sources here tonight. And it looks like Kelly did lose an 8-round unanimous decision over to Mike Wanaki. Wanaki was undefeated. That'll be Kelly's, I believe it will be his second loss in his career. Makes him 9-2-1. So tough loss for Danny Smooth Kelly out of Washington, D.C. From over here, we'll try to definitely make that a definite, but I believe that is a definite situation. Coming up should be a very good bout here as Robert Canales, who is out of Hungary. He is Robert the Boss Canales. He's 11-6, 8 KOs, taking on the undefeated Alexandru Spartan Marine. He's originally from Romania, now fighting out of Silver Spring, Maryland. His record 9-0, 6 KOs, coming off his last bout December 11th against Gabriel Braxton. Scored a 3rd-round knockout over Braxton in Wellsburg, West Virginia. This is Canales' first trip to the United States. He's coming off a first-round TKO loss to Artem Delakian in Kiev, Ukraine. That was on December 5th of last year. Of course, last time Marine fought here, you heard that bout right here on Box on Beltway, Google app for Android, on Spreaker.com and iHeartRadio.com. He won a 6-round unanimous decision over Stefan McIntyre. That was on November 14th. By the way, we've been saying this is a Jetta Promotions card, and Tony Jetta's normal promotional partner, Richard Ashby, not with us tonight. He is in Cuba this week, attending a medical conference. So we wish him best wishes and safe journey. Canales in the ring now. Here comes Alexandru Spartan Marin. Richie from Romania. He said, got a cape with both the Romanian and American flags tied together. Marin 9-0 with 6 KOs. Bout scheduled for 8 rounds. First time Marin has faced an 8-round bout. We go once again, the ring announcer, Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go for our sixth battle of the evening. This battle is scheduled for 8 rounds in the heavyweight division. 8 rounds bantamweights. Scoring ringside once again, Brian Mark Theodore and Bellamore. Men George Ratchet once again, Billy Johnson. Introducing first out of the blue corner, ringside black trunks. His professional record is 4 victories for 1 defeat and 1 draw. Running all the way out of Eastern Europe, Hungary, ladies and gentlemen, here is Robert Canales. This is one hour of the red corner with the red trunks side of our trend. 1 hour Rockville, Maryland, ladies and gentlemen, he's 9-0. Here is Alexander the Spartan Maryland.
Alexandru Spartan Marine out of Silver Spring, Maryland, taking on Robert the Boss Canales from Hungary. Alongside Juan Marshall, I'm Gary Digital Williams here in our real-time pain relief ringside seats at the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. We can make it official. Danny Kelly did indeed lose a 8-round unanimous decision at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York this evening. Here's Marine trying to feint a little bit. Canales working backwards, moving to his left. Marine trying to land left hand again. First 8-rounder scheduled for Alexandru Marine. Neither man falling with the jab. There's Marine with a couple quick jabs, but took him a while to get it going.
You definitely see the size difference on both the fighters. Marine is much larger in the ring tonight, man.
Now Marine switched to the southpaw stance. Marine trying to walk the lighter Robert Canales. Robert Canales very thin. Look how he's dried out. Marine definitely looks more cut up a little bit. Right hand missing by Marine. Left hand to the body by Marine. And Marine switches back to conventional style, lands left hand. Halfway through round 1, scheduled for 8. First 8-rounder here tonight. There's left hand by Marine. Left jab by Canales. Right hand by Canales to the body. Now, Canales in his own corner. Right hand landed by Marine. Marine just walking Canales down, but he's not throwing any punches right now. There he is. Now he's throwing a left jab. Under a minute to go, first round, scheduled for 8. Marine missing right hand, couple right hands. Canales doing a lot of movement side to side, but not doing a whole lot of throwing punches. But Marine looking like he doesn't really want to get caught there. Marine pawing with the left jab, really not strong with it. So under 30 seconds to go in the first round. Maybe a feeling out process so far. Final seconds, first round. Both men herky-jerky. No real positive movement either way. That was just a very weird first round.
Yeah, I don't understand that first round coming from Marine. It seemed like he's not throwing the punches he needs to actually feel the fighter out. Normally, he throws some punches to see where you're going, but he hasn't been. He's doing a lot of movement, but not a lot of throwing punches to try to gauge what he needs to gauge in order to get his distance.
You're listening to live coverage from the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. Box on Beltway Google app for Android, iHeartRadio.com, and Spreaker.com. Also, our folks on YouTube joining us tonight. I'm Gary Digital Williams, alongside Juan Marshall, here in our real-time pain relief ringside seats for the Jetta Promotions card.
Yeah. Every brand.
We're still getting reports from our fans here about the bout in New York about Danny Kelly, and pretty much Danny Kelly lost every round in that particular bout, according to folks who saw the bout and folks who were there. Round 2, we're scheduled for 8. There is Robert Canales in the all-black trunks. Again, Herky Jerky gets caught with a right hand by Marin, who is switching back and forth between conventional and orthodox style.
Marine's starting to set his feet a little bit more, so now I'm thinking he's going to start to engage a little bit more. He's cutting the ring off more. He's throwing a little bit more punches than he was the first round, but it looked like he's trying to set up something.
Marine pawing that jab out a little bit, kind of measuring him. Now it's Winston with the left hand. A good right hand by Marine, just clips the jaw, and a good right hand by Marine. Drops Canales onto his knees. Billy Johnson making the count. 5, Canales is up. 7, 8. He asks Canales to see if he's okay. Checks the gloves. And brings him on with a beautiful right hand down the pipe by Alexander Marine. Now Marine trying to left jab. We head toward the halfway point of the second round. Canales trying to throw combinations. Back into the corner now. He's over our Speaker.com location. Marine bouncing. Now back into the neutral corner off to our right. Left jab landing by Marine. Marine, we can just see Marine basically trying to set up that right hand. Left hand to the body. Now it's on the ropes with another right hand uppercut, and that is it. Uppercut drops Canales. This bout is over. The Spartan, Alexander Marine, now 10-0, 7 KOs. So as you said, Juan Marshall, Alexander Marine setting up that shot, and finally when he landed with a lot of force.
Yeah, once I see him plant his feet and start not to bounce and start to walk into his opponent, then I knew that's when the chance he was setting up a chance to actually put in the punch that he wanted to punch, and that's what he did with the first knockdown. He set up his shot, had his opponent against the ropes, and he threw that strong right hand, and then also the second time the knockdown came, he set him up, he walked his opponent down and waited for his opponent to crouch over so he can land an uppercut and actually end the fight.
Billy Johnson, the referee, didn't even bother to count, as that was a relatively easy knockout for Alexander Spartan Marine. We'll get the official time from ring announcer Brad Dudley in just a moment. He'll announce it to the crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 1 minute 58 of the second round, referee Billy Johnson calls the halt out for your winner, the Spartan Marine.
Alexander Spartan Marine now 10-0, 7 KOs. Robert Canales falls to 11-7 with 8 KOs. Up next, Francisco Bustos out of Rockville, Maryland, taking on Aloric Clarkson out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Bustos 2-0, 1 KO. He fought on the same card that as Alexander Marine leaves the ring with a good crowd response. Francisco Bustos fought on that very same card that Jerome quickly won the IBA Intercontinental title in Hessen, Germany on November 6th. He won a 4-round unanimous decision over Jovica Jovanovic on that card. Lloyd Carson out of Indianapolis, Indiana, he's 0-9. Has yet to get past the second round. That includes his last appearance, which was right here at the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia, back on November 14th. He lost by second round TKO to Edgar Torres. And Torres is also on that card. In fact, he is scheduled to be a little bit later on tonight. In fact, Carson's last 5 bouts and 7 of his last 8 have all ended in the second round. Now, our next scheduled broadcast is scheduled to be on Saturday, February 27th on the Sphinx Club in Washington, D.C. We do have some issues sometimes with the Wi-Fi down there, so we hope to bring it to you. King's Motions card, main event, should be a good one. Ty Barnett taking on Daniel Atta, and a return for Ty Barnett after a long absence. So we'll see if we can bring that to you on Saturday night, February 27th, the King's Motions card from the Sphinx Club in Washington, D.C. February should be a huge month. Not only a lot of our pros doing so well and bringing some big bouts, but also the Golden Gloves will be coming up in February as well. So a lot going on here in the Washington metropolitan area. And a lot of our boxers fighting around the country. We just talked to Antoine Douglas earlier tonight. He may be fighting sometime in February, around February 20th or so. Jerry Odom fighting on the 19th on Showtime, February. Kareem Martin scheduled to have a bout in February. Mike, yes indeed, Reed. And now we've heard Emmanuel Taylor will also be on the card February 27th from the theater at Madison Square Garden. That's the Terrence Crawford, Hank Lundy card. And possibly Javante Davis may be on that card as well. Francisco Bustos heading to the ring. To the ring off to our left in the red corner. Now back to ring announcer Brad Dudley.
Here we go. For our next battle of the evening, this battle scheduled for 8 rounds in the United Division. Once again, Brian Maxwell, Martin Giotto, and Luke Baltimore, scoring at ringside. Once again, the lady in charge of all the action, Michelle Myers. Introducing first, out of the blue corner with the solid black trunks. He's a veteran of 9 bouts from Indianapolis, Indiana. Here we go. His opponent out of the red corner. Mr. Special Athletes, Francisco.
So we get ready for this schedule. Scheduled for 8 rounds. I don't know why, but we'll see. No, I mean, Bustos only has 2 bouts, so I'm wondering why this would be scheduled for 8, but we'll see what happens. Right hand missing, tangle and down bows Bustos, and Carson tries to catch him. They kind of, the southpaw Bustos got tangled with the conventional Carson. Left hand to the body by Bustos. Carson trying to land left hand. Left hand by Bustos. They tangle. Bustos the southpaw. Carson tries the right hand. It's blocked by Bustos. Left hand missing by Carson. Left hand by Bustos on the top of Carson's head, and Carson's in trouble in our neutral corner on off to our right. Now Carson gave one of those shakes of the head that said it hurt. Wasn't no shake of the head that said I didn't hurt. That shake of the head that Carson gave after that right hand said it hurt. Bustos parring with the right hand. Missing with the left hand is Bustos. Carson gets warned to keep his punches up. Halfway through round 1, and down goes Bustos. Down goes Carson, excuse me. Carson down. Michelle Myers putting on the count. 6, 7. He's kind of stunned a little bit. Count of 8. Michelle Myers checks him. Lets him go. Carson, Bustos missing left hand has the nerve to call Bustos in after being knocked down. Even Carson's corner had to laugh at that one. They tangle inside the ring. Both men tangle. Referee Michelle Myers let them work out. Inside the final seconds of the first round, 1 knockdown in this bout for Francisco Bustos in the first round. And down goes Carson off the left hand. Carson spit out his mouthpiece. And he may not make it out of the first round this time. And that's it. So Francisco Bustos landing a beautiful left hand late in the first round. Tops Lloyd Carson. And Bustos now 3-0, 2 KOs. Carson yet to complete 4 rounds. This is the 3rd time that he hasn't made it out of the first round. Some of the crowd behind us kind of making fun of Carson's footwear, which really do look more like basketball shoes than boxing shoes. Doctor checking over Lloyd Carson. We'll get the official time by ring announcer Brad Dudley. To come our main event, Jerome Quigley taking on Dwayne Shelton. Next scheduled bout to be Devontae Walls taking on Jonathan Hernandez. Here's Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, and 2 minutes and 59 seconds of round number 1.
Bustos drops Carson twice en route to the victory. So Bustos now 3-0 with 2 KOs. Carson, we said, 0-10. Devontae Rawls, one of our top rookies of 2015, 4-0 TKOs, has shown some blistering hand speed in his last couple of bouts. Right here at the ABC Sports Complex, he had his last bout on November 14th for the first round TKO over Shantae Barnes.
Yeah, Rawls is one of those fighters I see in the future that's going to be out of this area pretty soon. You know, it's not going to take him long. I think 2006, later on in the year, it's either he's going to be fighting his last fight in the area, or going into 2017 fighting out of the area. So he's going to be one of those fighters this area going to lose, at least at local fighting. You know, we're going to be able to get a chance to hopefully see him on the big screen. You know, so we'll see, because he definitely has what it takes to progress in boxing with the speed that he has.
Alexander Marine getting a fine reception as he walks back to the locker room. And coming to the ring is Rawls' opponent, and that's Jonathan Hernandez, 2 guns out of Columbia, South Carolina. He's record 2-3-1 with 2 KOs. He's coming off actually he's not fought since December of 2013 when he won a first-round knockout over Anthony Crawley. That was in Columbia, South Carolina. That's where Hernandez is from. Most of the bouts have been in the South or the Southwest.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, probably one of the greatest blogs in the entire United States, but especially on the East Coast, boxing along the Broadway. Gary Digital Williams is here, ladies and gentlemen. Your man for boxing along the Broadway. Keep it right.
Juan Antonio Lopez. Hernandez lost a 4th round knockout to Juan Antonio Lopez back in June of 2013 in Dallas, Texas. Again, the majority of his bouts won't been in the Southwest, but he has not fought since December of 2013, and that could be a detriment.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you have a long layoff, you pretty much it's like starting over again sometimes. You know, depending on how many fights you had, and sometimes you need to start slow to get back on track again.
Here comes Devontae Speed Rawls. Led to the ring by Adrian Davis. Also Scott Duke Buchanan at ringside as well.
But when I said start slow, tonight is not going to be one of those days starting slow. And that was with Speed Rawls. Speed Rawls is going to pretty much jump on top of him.
Once again, ring announcer, Brad Dudley.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go for the next bout of the evening. This bout is scheduled for 4 rounds in junior welterweight division. Once again, Marcelo, Mike Dietzo, and Luke Pellegrino scoring at the ringside. Referee in charge of the action in this bout will be Eric Irizarry. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, with the red trunks and blue and red trim, fighting out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, a veteran of 5 battles, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, Jonathan "Two Guns" Hernandez. His opponent out of the red corner, with the white and the blue trunks. His professional record has got 4 victories and 30 defeats. Fighting out of Palmer, Park, here is Devontae Speed Rawls. 4 rounds, junior welterweights.
Devontae Speed Rawls, because we also have to mention his uncle, the great Eugene Sonny Speed. A Beltway boxing legend, no question about that. So boxing is there for Devontae Speed Rawls. Here we go, round one. We're scheduled for 4. Devontae Speed Rawls taking on Jonathan Two Guns Hernandez. Speed Rawls a southpaw, and getting that left jab deft to the body. And that right hand, again, the speed of Speed Rawls. That's what we've been talking about last few bouts that Rawls has had. The left hand to the body. And right hand, again, the speed of Devontae Speed Rawls. That's been the big key. Good body shot with the left hand by Rawls. Right hand by Speed Rawls. Left hand landing by Speed Rawls. Left hand by Hernandez coming off the ropes. Left jab landing by Rawls. Rawls missing with the left hand that time. Right hand by Speed Rawls. Inside the first minute, round one, scheduled for 4. Now just try to throw a right hand, didn't do it. They get caught with the left hand. Another right hand by Rawls. They tangle up against the ropes on the right side of the ring from our location. Good left hand by Speed Rawls. Hernandez thought he was hitting the back of the head. He got caught by a left hand in front of him. The right hand there by Speed Rawls. Another right hand. Another right hand to the corner. Left hand by Hernandez lands. But Speed Rawls seem to have no ill effects of that. There's a left jab by Speed Rawls. Go back to the jab. Go back to the jab. Right hand over the top by Speed Rawls. Oh, good right hand, left hand by Speed Rawls. Heading to the final 40 seconds of the first round.
Get out of there, get out of there. Get out of there. Step into the jab.
Speed Rawls missing.
Step into the jab. Move left, baby, move left.
And the left hand missing by Speed Rawls. But a tangle against the rope. Referee Eric Irizarry lets them fight their way out. Final seconds, first round. Good opening round for the young man out of Glenarden in Palmer Park, Maryland, Devontae Speed Rawls. So good first round. Again, the speed making a difference.
Yeah, actually, it's some speed, but actually, it's not the normal speed I'm used to seeing him throw. He's becoming a more patient fighter now. He's starting to develop his sense of calmness and his sense of trying to break a fighter down and let his speed work later on in the rounds, fighting throughout the rounds and not trying to knock everybody out early. So that's, I guess, working with Adrian Davis, he's making him to make those adjustments that you don't have to go in and look for the knockout every single time. So those adjustments that's making him become a more mature fighter.
Well, unlike some of the other young rookies who start out, Speed Rawls had the first couple of bouts went the distance. Matter of fact, his pro debut was one of the better bouts of 2015 when he won a 4-round split decision over fellow debuting Beltway boxer Joel Young. He won a 4-round unanimous decision, looked very good against Jorge Soto on July 24th at the Horseshoe Casino in Baltimore. And then back-to-back knockouts after that. Round 2, we're scheduled for 4. Speed Rawls trying to throw shots to the body as the round starts. And a mouthpiece somewhere. That was one of the earlier bout, I think.
Get out of there, get out of there.
And Rawls trying to land a right hand. Rawls has Hernandez trapped in the Rawls corner. Hernandez bulls his way out of the corner, using his head to do that. Now Rawls back to the right hand. And Hernandez definitely in retreat mode throughout this contest. We're heading toward the first minute of round 2. missing by Speed Rawls. Right hand landing by Rawls. Hernandez has not thrown a punch much in this bout, and then we're already in the first minute of the second round. Rawls has Hernandez trapped in the corner. He's landing left hands now. And Hernandez just ducking, dodging. Tried a sneaky right uppercut. And Hernandez really having a tough time. There's a left hand to the body. Right hand to the body by Speed Rawls as well. Both men tangle. Referee Irizarry has to separate them. Right hand by Speed Rawls, and he has had Hernandez stopped his offense. We're inside a minute to go in the second round. Offense has been almost non-existent for Jonathan Hernandez. He has been Jonathan No Guns Hernandez in this second round. And Speed Rawls trying to pressure Jonathan Hernandez in this situation.
Yeah, Rawls is not using the opportunity to use the body work like he should have. Like the first time he had him against the ropes, he should have been going to the body, and Hernandez was able to avoid all those headshots that Rawls was throwing. But if Rawls was going to the body, he would be able to break the body down and also make Hernandez drop his hands, and then also those headshots would have been landed.
Hernandez trying to throw right hands. Final seconds of the second round. Another solid round for Devontae Speed Rawls. He gets caught with the left hand right at the bell. As Rawls is a little off balance, and then his managed to catch him with a glancing left hand, but pretty much still Devontae Speed Rawls through two.
Yeah, and like I said, he's winning the rounds. But to me, he needs to throw more body shots when the opportunity is given to him. Every time he has Hernandez against the ropes, he needs to put those body shots together, because normally when a fighter is against the ropes, he's covering up his head, looking for head shots, and leaving his body open, and Rawls is not taking advantage of that. So when you leave your body open, Rawls needs to go start digging the body so Hernandez can drop his hands down, then he can go to the head, then able to get the knockout.
Six more bouts still to come here from the ABC Sports Complex. We hear the likes of Brendan Barrett, Dodi Penalosa Jr., Coach Jerome Quigley, Brian Mendoza, Edgar Torres, Kobe Abridi among the featured boxers in our next 6 rounds. Timeout called in the ring as the Hernandez corner has to clean up. We get ready for round 3. Once again, listening to live coverage here from the ABC Sports Complex, Springfield, Virginia. Gary Digital Williams alongside Juan Marshall here at our ringside seats, real-time ringside seats, right here in the Jetta Promotions card. And Speed Rawls trying to land the right hand to the body there, right jab to the body. Missing to the head, but having a little bit more success to the body is Devontae Speed Rawls. Right hand over the top by Speed Rawls. Good left hand by Speed Rawls. Set it up nicely. And Hernandez in a little bit of trouble, trying to fight his way out of there. Speed Rawls giving angles left and right. Landing good body shots. First minute, round 3, and they banged heads. And Hernandez is claiming of a headbutt. And referee Eric Irizarry will tell Chairman Dave Holland as a result of a headbutt. And wait a minute, let's see now. As ring announcer, referee Eric Irizarry calls the doctor over to ringside. Take a look at the cut that is as a result of a headbutt. Eric Irizarry originally immediately said it was on a headbutt, and it's over the right eye of Jonathan Hernandez. Oh, and the doctor, unfortunately, just fell off the steps here. He seems to be all right, though. He seems to be okay. And the other doctor went over to try to help him. Now, the doctor went back up there. But he's smiling about it, but he actually did fall off the stairs in the neutral corner after checking Jonathan Hernandez the first time.
I guess he had a little adrenaline pumping when he fell, so he jumped right up again. So he had some box of blood in him.
Checking the eye of Jonathan Hernandez. His bout's in the second round. Well, he's checking the eyes, see what's happening here. And we are in the third round. And they're gonna cancel the fight here. Not cancel it, but since it's gone half the distance, they should go to the scorecards. Since they've gone the distance, they should go to the scorecard. Not going to this, they've gone half the rounds. They should at least go to the scorecards. They have to score the third round.
To me, that doesn't look like enough cut to actually stop a fight. Because right now, with the doctor working on it, it's not bleeding at all. So I'm not sure what the doctor saw to stop it. Maybe it's the continuous bleeding of the fight. But to me, it's not a long game. We've seen worse. We've seen worse in boxing. And to me, I'm not sure the reason for him stopping the fight.
Since they have gone half the distance in this bout, they're going to tabulate, of course, the first two rounds and whatever score was in the third round. That's where it should go. We'll see if it goes there or not. Yeah, I think they will tabulate the scores. Let's see. Here's bringing out to Brad Deli. Give us the call. Third round, right? Okay. Well, apparently they're going to call this a technical draw now. I thought if you win past 2 rounds, they count whatever is in the third round. Here's Brad Deli with the explanation. Trying to figure out what's going on here.
Maybe because it was a 4-round bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 1 minute 30 seconds of the third round, referee Eric Azeri consults the doctor, Dr. Chisholm. Calls the halt of the bout. Therefore, we have a technical draw, ladies and gentlemen. Technical draw. How many people want to see a rematch? Ladies and gentlemen, due to a cut, it's less than half the rounds. We go to a technical draw.
Now, if that was in the third round, then I thought 2 rounds meant half of a 4-round bout, which I think meant he's always thought that they would go to the scorecards after this round, and whatever score the judges had at that point,
But he just said
he had in.
He said less than half of the bout. we were over half of the bout.
Right.
We were into the third.
Right. Like we were halfway through the
Halfway
third.
through, yeah. Majority of the fight was over.
Yeah. So we had to get clarification for that, but right now, goes in the bracket book is a technical draw. I mean, Devontae Speed Rawls is now 4-0-1 with 2 KOs. And Jonathan Hernandez now 2-3-2 with 2 KOs. So interesting turn of events there. Get ready for our next bout of the evening. Marquise Benson out of Indianapolis, Indiana. They'll take on Brandon the Beast Barrett of Little Egg Harbor, New Jersey. Marquise Benson already in the ring. Record of 0-2. He fought on the card, made his pro debut at the North Hall and Eastern Market on August 22nd of 2015. Third round TKO loss to Stan Williamson. Also got stopped in the first round November 25th in Hammond, Indiana by Nicholas Mazurek. Brendan Barrett comes in record of 2-0-1, 2 KOs. He fought on November 14th card at the ABC Sports Complex, scoring a second round TKO over Skylar Marshall. Actually, I think Brendan Barrett's nickname is actually Brutal. Brutal Brandon Barrett. Hang on, Marquis. So Brutal Brendan Barrett out of Little Egg Harbor, New Jersey, taking on Marquise Benson out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Round one, we're scheduled for 4 in this contest. Gary Digger-Williams alongside Juan Marshall here at ringside. Our real-time pain relief ringside seats at the ABC Sports Complex, Springfield, Virginia. Brendan Barrett, actually both guys sort of a compact boxer. Oh goodness, Brendan Barrett just landed a brutal right hand. And Benson now trying to hang on. But Benson gave him a lazy right hand. He paid for it by Brendan Barrett with a landing right hand of his own. First minute, round one. Barrett with a beautiful right hand again. And Barrett just following Benson around. A tangle once again. Barrett with a body shot to the body. Two both relatively short heavyweights, short and compact there. Barrett just laying a beautiful right hand. Down went Benson. Michelle Myers bring on the count. 5, 6. Benson is up. Sort of cross-legged. 8. And Michelle Myers lets it go. 1 knockdown already as we're heading to the final minute of the first round. Barrett looking for a body shot. Trying to just set up that beautiful right hand that has landed convincingly on Marquise Benson. And Barrett, Benson trying to duck him through a right hand, land on the back of Brendan Barrett. And down goes Benson with the right hand again. Second knockdown. Myers putting on the count once again. 6. Benson turning toward his corner. Turns now toward Myers. Holds on, tries one more time. Let's see. Benson talking to Myers. Myers checking once again. He lets it go. Into the final seconds of the first round. And all Brendan Barrett trying to hang on. He's hitting, and Barrett hitting Benson from the back to the front. Final seconds. And see if Benson can hang on. He's hanging on against the ropes. Barrett trying desperately to finish him, but he won't in the first round. So a very ugly first round for the Marquise Benson camp.
Yeah, Barrett was definitely trying to last, even with turning his back a few times. But normally that's like remind me of Frank DeLaza when he was turning his back with Jared Hurd. I'm surprised that Michelle didn't stop the fight.
We're going to have a little bit of an intermission after this bout. And we'll see what happens. In the second round, how long it might take, we'll see. Round 2 is scheduled for 4. And we have to emphasize the word scheduled in this case. Already 2 knockdowns for Brendan Barrett in the first round. Benson trying to throw right hand. And Barrett just loading up the right hand. That's all he feels he really needs to do. He's got Benson tangled up in the neutral corner. And referee Michelle Myers has to separate him. I think Benson just went south. No, he went conventional here. I think he's trying to go into hiding, I think, right now. But Barrett's got his left hand low, daring Benson to hit him. Benson gets hit with a right hand. And Michelle Myers now talking to Benson for turning his back toward him. There's the right hand underneath. Down goes Marquise Benson. Michelle Myers putting on the count. Don't really know why. 6, 7. Benson staggering. Saying Michelle Myers telling him to come with him, and that's going to be it. And Marquise Benson has the nerve to look surprised.
First, he had to look like stop it, and then when she stops it, he puts up his hands like, why you stopping?
So Brendan Barrett, now 3-0, 2 KOs. Marquise Benson, now 0-3. Brendan Barrett with a solid performance there. Here, once again, see, ring announcer Brad Dudley with the official time of the knockout. Once again, ring announcer Brad Dudley with the official time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a brief intermission right after we make this announcement. And now, Michelle Myers at 1 minute 16 seconds of the second round. Referee Michelle Myers calls a halt without for your winner by TKO, Brandon Barrett.
So brutal Brandon Barrett winning by TKO.
Okay, brief intermission.
We are in intermission right now. Back with more in a moment here from the ABC Sports Complex. Give you a little ambiance of what's going on in the area. Thank you. Stay with us.
I was a little surprised they would put Neutral in there against that guy like that.
Yeah,
Doesn't make any sense.
I know. Crazy.
It's crazy. This one, he's 11-0 and he's been up against a pro debut guy. Doesn't make any sense either. Oh, well.
There's one, huh?
That guy's 11-0.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well.
I thought the Chris fight was good and Stephen Boucher got to work
Yeah,
out.
yeah, good fight, man. Yeah.
That was, and that first kid though, he really, Gary Fleischer, caught that big left hand.
Yeah.
He recovered very, very well. But man, he's from here. I can see this going all the way back to the road.
Definitely, definitely.
Hey, so I guess the kid Hammerhead left. You can name some of the people here.
What's that?
You can name some of the fighters here.
Okay. Who else you got besides Julian?
Darnell.
Antoine Douglas.
Antoine Douglas. It's not bad.
Same old thing, man. Trying to start it in 2016.
Hey, when I said so, y'all won't be in.
One second. Okay. Okay, well, why don't you give it to me now?
Everybody knows this ain't my money, ain't my dad's money, ain't my wife's money. Hey, right now, I gotta live. Right now, all three I got it.
Yeah, we're here with promoter Tony Mobetta Jeter. First card 2016, open up 14 bouts. Strong opening for 2016 in Beltway boxing area. Tell me, what's your plans for 2016?
I'm gonna be busy, real busy. I hope to do 6 to 7 shows, Maryland, DC, and Virginia, and we're gonna roll. I'm really excited. Great card tonight. We've been through 8 fights.
We've been through
9 fights, and there's been some hell of 5 fights. I mean, the Boucher fight, Wuhan fight was awesome. So, yeah, I'm just really excited. Good crowd, and, Jetta Promotions. I'm just going to keep doing my thing, keep climbing up the ladder.
Yeah, I noticed you have a lot of out-of-town guys coming in town and give those guys opportunities to fight on your card and everything. So, what brought on that?
I mean, I've done that always. I mean, I work with everybody. You know, I can work with it. I don't need to like you to work with you. All I need to do is have good business. And I work with anybody. Anybody. If it makes sense and makes money, I'm down. And that's what we're all in this, to keep grinding. You got to do well. You got to make money to do shows. And in order to give guys chances to fight.
we still got a lot of young fighters here coming up. And do you gravitate to those young fighters to show them how they use to bring up their careers and everything? Actually, fighting on your cards, it gives you a better opportunity to actually talk to those guys.
I mean, you got a guy like Jerome Quigley, who's one of the hottest guys in America, not just this area, but in America. And, I've had him on 4 or 5 times, and we're rolling. So, Cobra Breedy, Javante Rawls, you got a bunch of Edgar Torres. We got some really good guys I'm working with. And I just want to keep doing my thing and, continue to do it. I mean, I'm licensed in Maryland, D.C., and Virginia, all simultaneously at one. Tony Jeter. Only me. I got these, I just want to keep doing my thing and build my brand.
There you go, Tony Jeter doing his thing for 2016, opening up the Beltway boxing area. Strong card, good crowd tonight. And has a lot going on now. We have Gary Digital Wins in the ring.
We're just trying to grind. You know what I mean? I can work with anybody. The reality of it is anybody.
By my lovely wife for 22 years, that was with this. Also, my sister-in-law, Maxine James, is there. And somewhere is my son, Christopher Williams, and my nephew, Khalil James. They're somewhere around here. But visit them throughout the evening. We really appreciate that. That's Christopher over here, my son. Right here. And my nephew, Khalil, is somewhere nearby. But you visit them throughout the night. Real-time pay-per-view stuff ain't works. There's no question about that. You put it on, pain is gone in real time. So if you check that out, I really appreciate that as well. And you will also. Now, talking about tonight, one is an outstanding boxer, 19-1. And he has, let him know, 9 KOs. And he comes to us with the next out there on February 22nd. He is a top-ranked boxer. We have a number of boxers in the area on the top rank. We welcome to our boxer tonight, Julian the Hammer Rodriguez. Up to the ring, please. Julian the Hammer Rodriguez. And also tonight we have a boxer who had an outstanding 2015. He made 3 appearances on Showtime Showbox, and each appearance was better than the last, culminating in a knockout win over Les Arrington on November the 14th. I'm sorry, November the 6th. November the 6th. He is ranked among the top 15 in the world by all 4 major governing bodies, WBC, WBA, IBF, and the WBO. And in 2015, along with Gary Russell Jr., the WBC featherweight champion, he was named by myself and my partner, Juan Marshall, as the featherweight boxing home boxer of the year. I hope he is still here with the deserved recognition. He will be back in action in February on Showtime Championship Boxing coming up. Part of a big February we're going to have here on Beltway. Ladies and gentlemen, 2015 Beltway Boxing Home Boxer of the Year. He is the undefeated Antoine Action Douglas. Okay. And let's begin to know, by the way, those of you living in the D.C. Maryland area need to pick up a copy of Pressbox online, pressbox.com. The young man on the cover is also one of the top boxers in our area. He is 14-0, 13 KOs. He is being managed by the one and only Floyd Mayweather Jr. He is out of Baltimore, Maryland. His name is Javante Davis. Wonderful article by Bill Ortiz about Javante Davis. And just a little information about Beltway boxing. We have a grand total of 5 boxers ranked among the top 15. Of course, Gary Russell Jr. was the WBC featherweight champion. Lamont Peterson, former IBF super lightweight champion, now ranked number 4 by the WBC, number 7 by the IBF of welterweight. Of course, Jerry Hurd, our 2015 prospect year. It's ranked number 11 by the WBA. Dominic Wade, 18-0, 12 KOs, ranked by all four major bodies in middleweight, as is, like we said, Antoine Douglas. You take those 5 bouts in 2015, their record was 10-0, 7 KOs just in 2015. And in total combined overall record for their careers, 114 wins, 4 losses, 2 draws, with 68 KOs. After we do along the Beltway, we get ready for another big year in 2016. Thank you very much. Don't forget to join our guests here at Great Fleet, my family over there. Please check out their supplies. And we hope to see you in Beltway Boxing Cards real soon. Thank you very much.
Gary Digital Williams, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're going to resume more bouts, professional boxing action.
I'm just glancing before we get to score. Got what's coming up next? We got 1, 2, 3, 4 more. Sure. Thank you.
Coming up pretty soon. Gary's about to come in and step in and announce this card.
All right, Juan, thank you very much. As we gave a little information to the crowd, we're listening to live coverage of Beltway boxing action here from the ABC Sports Complex on the Boxing on the Beltway Google app for Android. Juan Marshall and I, Gary Digital Williams, in our ringside real-time pain relief seats. Real time. Rub it on, the pain is gone in real time. This bout coming up, Dodie Boy Penalosa Jr. taking on Sylvester Ajtai. Once again, ring announcer, the auctioneer, Brad Dudley.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go for this next bout, which is 8 rounds in the bantamweight division. All right, scoring in ringside will once again Brian Costello, Mark Tiatello, and Luke Dellamore. And in charge of all the action, referee Billy Johnson. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, with the blue, red, and white trunks, all the way from Eastern Europe, Hungary. His professional record, he's got 11 victories versus 6 defeats. Here he is, Sylvester Ajtai. His opponent out of the red corner with the white trunks and the red, white, and blue colors. He's fighting out of the same Philippines. Here he is, Dodie Boy Penalosa Jr. 17 victories, no defeats. 8 rounds.
All right, let's go.
Dodie Boy Penalosa Jr. coming from great boxing heritage. His father, who's his trainer, is former world champion, as his uncle was, Jerry Penalosa, was a champion as well. Round 1, we are scheduled for 8. Dodie Boy Penalosa now fighting out of Rockville, Maryland at Champions Gym. And he's living in the area right now.
You can add another boxer to the Beltway boxing list now.
Yes, indeed. In fact, one of his managers, Chris Middendorf, makes sure we do add him to that list. And we're glad to do that, no question about it. There's a good left hand by Penalosa. Good shot to the body there. Penalosa just trying to cut off the ring on Ajtai. There's a left hand by Ajtai. Oh, good right shot by Penalosa. Nice right hand to the body. He's a southpaw. In fact, both men are southpaws. Actually, looks like Ajtai just standing right in front. There you go. He is conventional. He's getting hit, but good shot by Penalosa. Oh, good left hand by Penalosa. And he just going around the ring here. Halfway through round 1, we're scheduled for 8. Our main event still to come. Jerome Quigley taking on Wayne Shelton. In fact, that is next as Quigley defends his Virginia State welterweight title. Right hand landing, good right hand by Penalosa.
He's a jab. He's a jab.
Right hand landing, missing by Penalosa. There's a right jab coming out. Inside the final minute of the first round, scheduled for 8. That's a good right hand. Oh, good cover. Nice right hand to the body, and down goes Ajtai. Kind of delayed reaction. Count of 5, 6. Ajtai still on one knee. And he doesn't think he's going to do it. He's telling Billy Johnson no, and that's it. So some beautiful body shots throughout that first round led to a first round knockout by Dodie Boy Penalosa Jr.
Yeah, Penalosa used the body work excellent opening up the first round, because sometimes a fighter can tell you when you can go to the body because they don't come out using their jab. When they don't come out using their jab, it lets you get in close. And that's what Penalosa was able to do, get in close and being able to work this body and actually dropping with a body shot. And that's what the results was ending this fight in the first round.
We'll get the official time from Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 3 minutes, 44 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Arizona 17, Green Bay 13.
Brad Dudley's been keeping us abreast of the playoff game and caught Juan Marshall unawares there. The key should have been 3 minutes and 44 seconds. That should have been the key there. Let's get the official time for this bout. This boxing card by Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 2 minutes, 52 seconds of round number 1. Referee Billy Johnson calls a halt for your winner by technical knockout, Dodie the Boy Penalosa.
So 2:22 of the first. Dodie Boy Penalosa now 18-0 with 14 KOs. Now we have Ajtai's record as as 4-1, now 4-2. Now that could be one of those situations where he may have fought in the World Series of, well, if he fought in the World Series of boxing, then Fight Facts may have him as 11-6. But everybody else would have that. But he's fought 7 times in 2015, and he's record now 4-2. But again, if he fought in the World Series of boxing, then they may have added some of his records altogether. Moving Now we'll stay with 4-2 with 2 KOs. Come up next, our main event for the Virginia State Welterweight Championship. Jerome Quigley taking on Dwayne Diesel Shelton. You still chat with us throughout the evening here on the Box Throwing Beltway Google app for Android, as there's a big crowd over to our left. Folks cheering on and congratulating Naughty Boy Penalosa Jr. I think it's a good win there. And the fans applaud. Nice performance by Naughty Boy Penalosa. Once again, coming up next on main event, Jerome Quigley taking on Dwayne Shelton. That'll be followed by 3 more bouts. Brian Mendoza against Francisco Isata. Edgar Torres in the co-feature bout against Henry Mercer. And we end up tonight with Kobe Abridi taking on Jonathan Gears. Coming to the ring is Dwayne Diesel Shelton out of Bumpus, Virginia. Now, he hasn't fought since 2009, and his last fight was back in September 2009. That was at the Eagle Bank Arena at George Mason University. He won a 4-round, actually that was a draw, 4-round draw with Kendrick Walker, former Beltway boxer. Meanwhile, Jerome Quigley, 11-0, 10 KOs. He's coming off that big win in Germany back on November 6th when he knocked out Vito Vendetta in the first round. His second trip to Germany in September, he knocked out Ahmet Akar in the first round. He fought here against Dontre King, and Jerome Quigley making his way to the ring. Quigley fought Dontre King, stopped him in the second round. Actually, he was dropped in the first round of that bout and came back and won it. Benjamin Olinga, prior to that, June 6th, right here at the ABC Sports Complex. That was the first defense of his Virginia title. Won a 4-round knockout over Benjamin Olinga. He won the title here on March 28th against Richard Hall, 5th round knockout. And he started the year with a good bout against Norman Allen at the Washington Convention Center. He scored a 2nd-round TKO in that bout. So here come the belts, the Virginia State belt, as well as the IBA Intercontinental belt, the belt that Quigley won in Germany.
Make sure your flash attachments are off. Take all the pictures you want, so make sure the flashes are off. Thank you.
All right, showtime.
Once again, this bout for the Virginia State welterweight title. Quigley making a second defense of that title.
Virginia State Championship?
Yeah, second defense for Quigley. He's finishing second time defense.
I need that partner.
So we get ready for this contest. Once again, Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This match out is scheduled for 6 rounds in the welterweight division and also for the Virginia State Championship. Scoring at ringside will be Ryan Costello, once again Mark Gutierrez, and Luke Bellamore. The referee in charge of all the action, once again, Billy Johnson. Introducing first out of the blue corner with the solid black trunks. Originally out of Montgomery County, Maryland, fighting out of Richmond, Virginia. He's got 4 professional bouts. Here he is, Dwayne Diesel. Of their red corner, the defending Virginia State champion, Mr. G. Six rounds, welterweights.
Jerome Quigley, the newly crowned IBA Intercontinental Super Welterweight champion, and making the second defense of his Virginia State title. Round one, we are scheduled for 6. Gary Digital Williams alongside Juan Marshall in our real-time pain relief ringside seats here at the ABC Sports Complex, Springfield, Virginia, for this Jetta Promotions card. Quigley trying the right hand. Shelton trying for the left hand, missing right hand, wild right hand. Trying to come forward. Quigley being patient. And Quigley trying left hand. Missing left hand.
Keep that hand up, my boy.
Left hand. Left hand missing by Quigley. Right hand missing by Quigley as well. First minute, round one, scheduled for 6.
Keep your hand up, man. Keep your hand up.
Both men missing, bobbing, weaving. Shelton trying to come in close. Trying to throw right hand. Right hand by Quigley. Lances off the face of Shelton. And Shelton has his hand down, especially that right hand down. He's switching back and forth, conventional, orthodox, and orthodox, should say, and southpaw. Quigley with left hand. Good left hand by Quigley over the top. Oh, good right hand by Quigley as well. The combination. Minute left to go in the first round. Right hand by Quigley. Quigley trying to follow Shelton around the ring. Shelton continually switching back and forth. We head toward the final 30 seconds of the first round. Both men tangle and they separate on their own. Billy Johnson doesn't need to do anything there. Shelton with some slapping punches, landing some right hand punches. Good right hand by Quigley though in the final 10 seconds of this first round. And that's it. So good first round for Jerome Quigley, but Shelton kind of awkward.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward, but he was landing a few shots, but not as much as Quigley. Quigley's taking his time. He's trying to break him down slow. He's able to land some harder shots, and he's being patient. That's what I like to say about him. He's not the same fighter he started fighting at the beginning of his career, especially with some of the wins that he has had. But so now I'm looking to how he's going to the second round, because right now it looks like he's trying to land that overhand right. That's what he's looking for. But he's just not pulling the trigger right now. That's what happens. He's not pulling the trigger on that shot. And it looks like that's what his corner is trying to tell him to do, to let that right hand go.
Here's round two. We're scheduled for 6. Both men tangle once again. Now Shelton trying to throw a jab, moving off to his right, southpaw jab now. Now he goes back conventional. So back and forth goes Dwayne Shelton, and Shelton gets caught with the right hand by Quigley. The left hand to the body. Shelton missing back and forth.
I never seen a fighter has a stance like Shelton because his knees are locked. I never seen a fighter with his knees locked like that. And normally a fighter would bend at the knees a little to get himself some balance.
Shelton trying to throw a wide shot. It broke and Quigley landed on left hand to the body, left hook to the body. Shelton has only been knocked out once in his career, and that was by James Stevenson out of Baltimore, and about at Woodlawn, Maryland, back in April of 2009. Stevenson scored a second-round TKO in that bout. And much like Quigley that time, Stevenson was knocking out just about everybody at that point. Right hand, down goes Quigley, down goes Shelton. Right hand by Jerome Quigley. Shelton up at 4, count up to 5, 6. Stop the count because Quigley wouldn't stay in the neutral corner off to our right.
That's the right hand I was talking about, but this time he pulled the trigger and he was able to knock him down.
And now Quigley looking for the finish. Quigley trying the left hand by Quigley. Right over our Spreaker.com location. Shelton in trouble, and down he goes. And Billy Johnson will stop the bout right here. And also, Shelton's trainer, Fred Coratone, was going to stop anyway. So, Jerome Quigley makes his second successful defense of the Virginia State welterweight title.
Yeah, Quigley, it was just the time of him waiting to pull that trigger when he had, because all the opportunities were there to pull the trigger, but in this round, that's when he actually pulled the trigger because it wasn't a concern about power. It was a thing where he just needed to land that shot. He needed to land, and that's exactly what he did.
So much like James Stevenson did back in 2009, Jerome Quigley did the damage in the second round, and he stopped the TKO. Jerome Quigley now 12-0, 11 KOs. And might be some time to let Quigley step up a little bit to see what he can do.
Yeah, it's about that time when now, to me, he shouldn't be fighting no less than 6 rounders now. Actually, he should fight from this point on, should be fighting 8 rounders. Because of going over to Germany, he pushed himself to fight 10-round bouts. And when you get to the point where you fight 10 rounds, you shouldn't go no less than 8. You know, so now I think from 8, it should be 8 rounds or more in this point in time in his career.
Quigley joined in the ring by his trainer, pretty boy Floyd Seymour. Wayne Shelton gives Shelton a big hug. And we get the official decision, official time of the knockout. Ring announcer Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 1 minute 58 seconds of the second round, referee Billy Johnson calls the hard knock for the winner by TKO, Mr. GQ.
He is still the Virginia State welterweight champion, Jerome Quigley. A nice group of boxers there in Floyd Seymour's gym. You got Francisco Bustos, Jerome Quigley, and a little bit later on we'll see Kobe Abridi in our final battle of the evening.
Yeah, he had some good fighters under his stable, you know, with training those guys, getting those guys in shape. And so far, so good. All of them undefeated.
Wayne Shelton now falling to 2-1. First bout since 2009. Again, the fans, of course, our number one beltweight boxing fan, Cat Taylor, celebrating the win for Jerome Quigley. our next bout. Someone about to go here from the ABC Sports Complex. So quickly coming to the ring now is Francisco Isata, I believe. He's scheduled to take on the Bullet, Brian Mendoza. Brian Labala Mendoza, who is undefeated, 11-7 KOs. Now, according to our list, this is the pro debut of Francisco Isata. So this is very weird. Very weird. And you're going to be an 11-0 guy we've seen here a few times. This is our third time watching Mendoza. All the ABC Sports Complex. He scored a third-round knockout over Dontre King back in June of 2015. And then on November 14th, he was also on that card here. The ABC Sports Complex scored a first-round knockout over Eddie Cordova.
A lot of these matchups, I'm just curious about how they've been matched up, and I'm starting to see the big separation between. That's what makes me curious about how they got matched up. Now this is another one I'm curious about.
Now, what we've heard about Isata is that he is a MMA champion. So, as Brian Mendoza comes into the ring, now whether that connection will make this a better bout remains to be seen, of course.
But with a lot of what I notice, a lot of MMA fighters, they go to boxing gyms to get their stand-up game correct.
Again, we go down to ring announcer Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Our next bout scheduled for 6 rounds in the welterweight division. Once again, scoring ringside, Brian Costello, Mark Tiatel, Anthony Belmore. Madame, in charge of all the action, Michelle Meyer. Now introducing first out of the blue corner with the solid black trunks. He hails from Silver Spring, Maryland, making his professional debut. Here is Francisco Cisco Isata. His opponent out of the right corner with the red trunks and blue trim. His professional record, he's got 11 victories and no defeats. He hails from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Here is Brian Labala Mendoza. 6 rounds. Sorry, 6 rounds on my card. My mistake. 4 rounds.
This is a 4-round bout. It was listed as a 6-rounder earlier. It will be a 4-round bout. And again, Isata, well-versed in MMA. But again, whether or not that transfer is over, we're about to see. Alongside Juan Marshall, I'm Gary Digital Williams. Live from the ABC Sports Complex, Springfield, Virginia, in our real-time pain relief ringside seats. Continuing about action here from the ABC Sports Complex. Glad you can stay with us. Mendoza landing, trying to land left hands. Left hand by Isata. Good left hand by Mendoza, and a good right hand to the body by Mendoza. Mendoza went for the right hand to the face, missed that one. Isata tried the left hand. Mendoza moving to his right. Now crouching, looking for Isata. Makes a movement. He hasn't made any yet. Feints with the left hand, feints with the foot again. First minute, round 1, scheduled for 4. Left hand missing by Mendoza. Right hand by Mendoza. Mendoza just pointing with the right hand, left hand once again. Halfway through round one, scheduled for 4. And they tangle once again. Both men tangle up against the ropes now. And referee Michelle Myers has to separate them. Left hand landing by Mendoza. Under a minute to go in the first round. Scheduled for 4. Oh, right hand missing by Mendoza. And, well, Asada tangled with Mendoza and kind of lifted him up a little bit. Then he went and had a brief flashback there to his MMA days. Under 30 seconds to go in the first round. Right hand missing. Sada tried to right hand in close. Final seconds, first round. Good left right hand to the body by Mendoza. And that's the end of our first round. We are brought to you tonight by Real-Time Pain Relief. You know someone who has a pain, or someone you love has a pain, any kind of pain, from arthritis, tendonitis, joint pain, and muscle strain, backaches and headaches, carpal tunnel, muscle fatigue, stiffness, swelling, nerve pain, and more. From boxers to ballerinas, from heavyweights to featherweights, everyone in between, Real-Time Pain Relief knocks out the hurt. Rub it on, the pain is gone in real time. And tell you, Juan, this is going to be a very interesting bout, because again, even with the lack of boxing experience, so far Mendoza hasn't been able to take advantage yet.
Yeah, because Asada, he shows me that he knows how to grab when he needs to grab. And that's one thing you have to know as a boxer. And also, the thing I see that he doesn't know is how to actually counterpunch. He shows me that he has some power, though, because I can tell the way he throws his punches. And also the shot that he did land, it has some power on him.
Win round 2, scheduled for 4. Brian Mendoza now looks like he's trying to cut off the ring, and there's a left hand by Mendoza. Both men tangle, and they break away. Mendoza trying to throw sweeping left hands, gets caught with a right hand by Asada, though, as he was in close. So if nothing else, Asada seems to be catching some of the shots that Mendoza's throwing. Left hand missing by Mendoza.
Right hand.
Mendoza going to his right, ducking underneath, looking, doesn't see anything, feints again with his foot, like he's coming forward, throws a good left hand to the body that time, and Asada comes back with a left hand of his own. So Asada trying to pick up some offense in the second round, as we're heading toward the halfway point of the second round. Right hand, good combination by Mendoza. Right hand started that combination. They're right over our Speaker.com location. And referee Michelle Myers had to separate them. Halfway through round 2. Mendoza round right hand. Left hand landing by Mendoza. Right hand to the body. Just missing there by Mendoza. Left hand landing. Now Mendoza trying to throw that left jab once again. Asada staying right in front of him. Really squared up against Mendoza. And his right hand and down, and left hand down goes Francisco Esada. And wait a minute. Well, let's see, because Myers was actually saying it wasn't a knockdown, but Esada's having trouble getting to his feet. He's in trouble. And let's see. They're going to have the doctor come and look at him. Mendoza missed with a wild right hand, but it was Esada who did fall down, and he had trouble getting up. I don't know if his leg may have had an issue. They didn't call knockdown. Michelle Myers waved the knockdown, but I think he's having some issues with his feet, his leg. There's a little limp there a little bit. And the doctor is, let's see, well, the doctor kind of shrugged his shoulders and walked back out of the ring, and it looked like the bout's going to continue. And there it goes, but, Esada is still, he's going to stop the fight right here. He's going to stop the fight right here. Because as Esada tried to move, he stumbled once again. Referee stopped the fight.
Yeah, it definitely was a punch that sent him down to the corner. But I guess Michelle Myers just didn't catch that shot. That's why she was looking down to the judges to see what happened. And I guess they couldn't confirm it. But watching him try to continue this fight, when he stumbled down, and she had to stop it and step in. That to keep Esada from getting hurt, basically. So that was a good judgment on Michelle Myers' part.
So we'll get with the official decision. Looks like it'll be a TKO win for Brian Mendoza due to injury. Once again, to kind of sound what happened, Mendoza looked like he either landed right hand. It's hard to tell, really. But Michelle Myers waved off the knockdown. And she had the doctor come in, look at him, and looked like Esada's leg was hurt. Esada tried to walk it off. Did it originally, but then as he decided to move to his right, laterally, he couldn't do it, and the bout was stopped.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you're blocking the cars. You got the tag number 8, PL1799. You're blocking somebody trying to get out. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Arizona 20, Green Bay 20. We're going into overtime. Green Bay throws a bomb. 5 seconds left. Scores it up to tie it up. Been a hell of a game. But not nearly as good as all these bouts we had tonight, that's for sure. Plenty of action here. We still got 2 more to go.
Let's see if we get the official decision here.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. At 2 minutes, 49 seconds of the second round, referee Michelle Myers calls a halt to the back for your winner by TKO, La Bella, Brian Mendoza, ladies and gentlemen. Mendoza. And a very, very name, Cisco Izapa.
So Brian Mendoza raises record to 12-0, 8 KOs, and Esada falls in his pro debut 0-1, falls to an injury, but quite frankly didn't handle himself too badly against a more experienced boxing situation. Coming up, our penultimate bout of the night, bout number 13 on your bout sheet. Edgar the Tiger Torres. Hang on, Henry Mercer. right now will be Henry Mercer. He is out of Tarboro, North Carolina. 1-3. Coming off a fourth round TKO loss to Armando Alvarez. That was on July 25th in Fayetteville, North Carolina. He's going to take on Edgar the Tiger Torres. Who is 7-0-1, 4 KOs. Torres coming off a second round knockout of a gentleman who was knocked out earlier tonight. That was Lloyd Carson at the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. And here comes Edgar the Tiger Torres. He trains right here at the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. Originally from Mexico, now once again fights out right here at the ABC Sports Complex. Once again, Brad Dudley with the official introduction.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go for our second to last bout of the evening. This bout is scheduled for 4 rounds in the junior middleweight division. And once again, Brian Costello, Mark Piatella, and Lou Bella are scoring at ringside. And Michelle Myers in charge of all the action. Introducing first at the blue corner with the blue trunks and gray trim. With a professional bouts of 4 under his belt, ladies and gentlemen, from Rocky Mountain, North Carolina, here is Henry Mercer. His opponent out of the red corner with the white trunks and red, white, and green. His professional record is 7 victories with only 1 draw. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Mexico, here is El Tigre Edgar Torres.
Edgar Torres, originally from Mexico, now fighting out of right here in the ABC Sports Complex. Here we go. Here we go. Round 1, we're scheduled for 4. Torres fought 3 times in 2015 after taking off almost 2 years from the sport. Tries to hold left hand. Right hand landing by Torres to the chest. And Mercer now moving back and forth, left to right. Left hand landing by Torres. When Mercer came around the ring, he came around to all 4 corners of the ring where the judges are. Where the judges are, he was stomping. He seemed very angry. But now he's not doing a lot of movement here in this first round. We head to the halfway point.
Right hand, left hook, Edgar. Right hand.
Mercer trying left hand.
Right hand, Edgar.
It's southpaw Mercer. Mercer going right to his right. Now they punch inside right over our Spreaker.com location. Mercer landed a couple right hands there in that exchange.
Straight right, straight right.
Heading to the final minute. Oh, this left hand by Mercer. Torres trying to get that left jab going. We're inside a minute to go, first round. Mercer trying to land the right hand. Torres comfortable to stay in the middle. Dodges work, but no offense coming from Torres right now. He tries to throw a couple of left jabs there. And right jab missing by Mercer. Under 30 seconds to go, first round. Mercer with Torres missing with the right hand.
Move right, get out of there.
The right hand to the body. There's the left hand by Mercer. Right hand by Mercer. They start slugging in the final 10 seconds of this first round. They tangle once again against the ropes. And tangle, referee Michelle Myers has separated them as the round comes to a close. So, had a slow beginning.
Arizona, the Cardinals 56, Green Bay 20.
So the slow. So Mercer got off to a decent start in that first round. They kind of battled toward the end, and it was a tough situation making Torres. But Torres kind of a slow start, and he does it again.
I think what happened with Torres, I think he was just waiting for the opportunity for Mercer to open up a shot, give him a shot to actually open himself up so Torres can land a shot. And I think that's what Torres was waiting on. But it seemed like it didn't work for him. Like I said, he just looked like the regular Torres we normally seeing coming out with a slow start. But he normally picks it up throughout the rounds. But like you said, this is an 8-round fight. They moved it. They moved it back to 4 rounds. So he doesn't have a lot of time to make things happen. So he got 3 more rounds. Let's see how he kicks in round 2.
Ready for round 2. We are scheduled for 4. Here we go, round 2. We'll come out to the center of the ring. Left hand landed by Torres, left jab. As Mercer catches it. There's a right jab. A couple right jabs by Mercer. Torres just missing left hand over the top there. There's left jab by Torres.
Hey, man, move right, throw the left hand in the pipe, yo.
Torres missing that right hand. There's left jab over the top by Torres. Can't seem to hit cleanly, though, against Mercer. Mercer, decent defense so far. Right hand landing by Mercer. There's left hand over the left hand by Mercer. Torres goes to the body with the right hand. They tangle. Torres comes out. Hits a combination to the body. Right hand missing by Mercer. Mercer sits on the ropes a little bit. No punch in him there, though. He was ducking a little bit. First minute, round 2. Both men landing. Tangled, and Torres lands the right hand in the tangle, but referee Michelle Myers has to separate them.
Go to the body with that left hook, Edgar. Right hand to the head, left hook to the body.
Let them go.
Right hand by Mercer. Lands to the body of Torres. Right hand over the top by Torres. That finally lands for him. Left hand by Torres.
Left hook to the body.
Mercer with left jab. Right jab, should say. Torres with left hand. Wild left hand by Mercer. Heading to the final minute of the second round. We're scheduled for 4. Torres with a couple left jabs. Torres now windmilling his left jab, trying to throw a right hand now. Misses that one. Into the final 45 seconds of the second round. Oh, good right hand by Torres. And that stunned Mercer, looked like. Mercer up against the rope. Hangs on. Referee Shellmeyer separates him. We go over now to the side of the ring off to our left. In the far neutral corner. Torres with a good left hand. Got to throw a powerful left hand that was caught by Mercer's right hand. They tangle once again. Mercer now laying a couple left hands. And for the final 10 seconds of the second round. Torres with his hands down now coming in. Missing as Mercer hangs on as the bell rings.
Torres is having problems because every shot he's throwing is wide. He's throwing looping shots instead of throwing straight shots. Even his jab is pretty much around a looping shot. So if he straightens his shots out, he can make some more combinations, because that's why he's unable to land those combinations, because those shots are coming in too wide, and Mercer's actually moving out the way, so he doesn't get a chance to land the combinations that he wants to land on them.
We have one more battle after this, and that's Kobe Abriti taking on Jonathan Gears. We have a very quick post-fight wrap-up show, immediately following our final bout of the evening. Still not late to chat with us. Here on the Box on Beltway Google app for Android, or you can follow us on Spreaker.com, iHeartRadio.com, or YouTube. Here we go, round 3. We're scheduled for 4. Now Mercer trying to land his right jab. He's in the center of the ring, trying to catch Torres coming in. There's a left jab by Torres. Left hand, right hand to the face by Edgar Torres. Ducks inside. They both men tangle. Both men using their right hand, trying to get something going. Referee Michelle Myers letting them go in a tangle. Now she'll separate them. But both men holding each other. Both men landing with right hands. Right hand by Mercer. Torres working inside. Throwing a left jab there after those body shots. One minute gone by in the third round, scheduled for 4. Torres missing with right hand, catches Mercer with the left hand. Mercer trying to fight his way out of there. He's trying to throw punches. Both men landing, but I think Torres got the better of that exchange with the right hand. He's got Mercer in a little bit of trouble here. Left hand to the body, right hand to the body by Torres. But Mercer spins it around, and he starts landing right hands of his own. And left hand to the body, but gets caught with the right hand by Torres. Halfway through the third round. Left hand by Torres. He's up against the ropes. Mercer trying to land the left hand. Now they break away, come over to the side closer to us on the left hand side. Near the red corner. Now they spin around back toward the far side of the ring. Left hand to the body by Torres. The left hand to the body. Left hand to the head by Torres. Inside a minute to go, third round.
Move right, baby. Move right. Stay away from that love.
Right hand landing by Torres. Mercer trying to hang on now. Torres near his own corner off to our left here at ringside. Right hand landing by Mercer. Backs up. Inside 20 seconds to go in the third round. Torres with the right hand. Left hand to the body. Right hand upstairs. Much better round offensively for Edgar Torres. He starts landing left hand to the body. Heads clashing a little bit. And that ends the round. But a good round that time for Edgar the Tiger Torres. He picked up the pace a little bit in that round.
Yeah, Torres actually let Mercer off the hook because he had him in trouble in his own corner over in the blue corner. and he backed off him a little bit because when Mercer was hit, he backed up and looked like he was hurt. But Torres, he walked towards him instead of turning up the pace. Picking up the pace and actually started putting some combinations together. And he could have stopped Mercer at that opportunity to stop him, but he didn't.
Get ready for the fourth and final round.
Let's hear it for him. This will be the fourth and final round.
Here we go. Fourth round now. Two men touch gloves and get ready to go. Torres moving to his left.
There you go. There you go.
Left hand landing by Torres. Right hand, double right hand by Edgar Torres. Good right hand to the face of Mercer. They slug away again up against the ropes. And referee Michelle Myers has to break them up as a tango.
Straight punches, straight.
Left jab by Torres.
There you go.
There's a right hand by Torres.
There again. It's there again.
Couple good hooks to the body, but Michelle Myers, they said Mercer thought it was a low blow there to the body. Referee Michelle Myers did not call it though. Torres starting to land left hands.
There you go again. Boom.
Left hand to the body, right hand upstairs by Edgar Torres.
There you go.
Body shots by Torres once again with the right and left hand. First minute, final round.
Walking into it, man.
Now I see what the problem was with Torres not being able to step forward. His feet are wide, so he's putting a lot of leverage on his front foot. So when he does make that punch that he wants to make, he doesn't have anything to go forward with.
Getting some good body shots, and he's got Mercer running a little bit in his own corner off to our left. Torres landing shots to the head, landing shots to the body, back up to the head. Here to the final minute of the final round. Torres now walking Mercer into the neutral corner. Beautiful uppercut with the right hand by Torres. Left hand to the body by Torres. He's turned a little bit of an angle. Torres with another right hand, another uppercut by Torres. Under a minute to go now in the fourth and final round.
Straight. Let's go.
Left hand landing by Torres. Good left hand by Torres. Right hand missing with the uppercut. Left hand missing with the uppercut. Left hand to the body doesn't miss though. Under 30 seconds to go, final round. Left hand missing. Mercer with the left hand that lands a little bit. Torres walks away. The right hand. Now he comes back with a combination by Torres. Final seconds. Final round. And it looks like Torres will get an unanimous decision here. We'll see what happens as we go to the scorecard. So again, interesting bout there. A tough situation by Edgar Torres against Mercer.
Yeah, Torres seemed like he made this bout harder than it should have been for himself, because normally we see him progressing each round, but for some reason he stayed at the same pace. And it seemed like he wasn't able to get to, at least it's like he was in third gear, but wasn't able to shift gears anymore.
The official decision. Get the official decision from ring announcer Brad Deli in just a moment. Now the scores come in. Brad Dudley with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more bout after this. So a 4-rounder in the junior middleweight, junior welterweight division. So stick around, we got one more bout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 4 hard rounds, we go to the scorecards. All of our judges scored the bout the same at 40-36 for your winner by unanimous decision, Edgar El Tigre Torres. A very, very big Henry Mercer, ladies and gentlemen. Henry Mercer with 4 hard rounds for Mr. Mercer tonight.
Edgar Torres is now 8-0-1 for KOs. And Henry Mercer now 1-4. Our final bout coming up here from the ABC Sports Complex, Springfield, Virginia. Kobe the Soldier Breedy taking on Jonathan Gears. And we'll give a brief recap of this card, and just as soon as that bout is over, it'll be very brief because, quite frankly, this has been a very long night. And it actually could have been a lot longer, but we're heading close to midnight Eastern time. And considering about card started at 8 o'clock and pretty much started on time at 8 o'clock. Pretty good situation there.
Yeah, right now, like we said, we're a few ticks away from midnight going into the 4th round. I mean, the 14th bout, in which consider that's a good time for us. So normally they right on pace to a normal card.
Right.
Because this normal card, we only have maybe 7 to 9 at the most. And for 14 bouts, that's not bad at all.
We've been talking pretty much almost for 4 hours straight. It does seem long. Hope we get a chance also to listen to our recap of the 2015 year-end awards. We did that earlier tonight. That's on archive now on Spreaker.com and iHeartRadio.com as well. And we also had an interview with Antoine Douglas early in the evening. And had an interview with the promoter, Tony Jeter, the other night.
And another thing I can say about Antoine Douglas, he comes out to a lot of the Beltway boxing shows when he doesn't have a card that he's on himself. So that's what I like about him. He's definitely a Beltway boxer that supports Beltway boxing.
No question about it. No question about it. Speaking of Beltway boxing, we come back on Saturday, February 27th. Spinks Club in Washington, D.C. We hope to have coverage of that bout for you, that card for you, right here on the Box on Beltway Gulak for Android. Here comes Kobe the Soldier Breedy. Looks like they decided to have the DJ play his music this time. Last time he was here, he brought his own music with him to ringside. I thought it was interesting. After going to unanimous decision in his pro debut back in October 2014, Kobe Breedy had 3 straight knockouts against boxers who hadn't had a win. Bobby Wooten was 0-3, Trayvon Blizzard 0-3, and Brian Wagner was 0-10, all right here at the ABC Sports Complex. And guess what? Jonathan Gears is 0-1 going into this bout. See what happens as we go once again for the final time tonight to the ring announcer, the auctioneer, Brad Dudley.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Tony Jeter Promotions and the Virginia State Athletic Commission, we're here at our final bout at the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. This is scheduled for 4 rounds in the junior welterweight division. And once again, Brian Costello, Mark Tiatello, and Luke Bellamore, your judges for this final bout. In charge of all the action, Eric, here is Zalred, ladies and gentlemen. Introducing first, out of the blue corner with the solid black trunks, He's got one professional bout. There's enough from Rocky Mountain, North Carolina. Here he is, Jonathan Gear. His opponent out of the red corner with the camouflage jump. He's 4-0, ladies and gentlemen. Originally from Barbados. Soldier Breed. 4 rounds. Watch your flash, watch your flash. Hey, go back. Let's get him out, baby. Let's get together, baby.
So Cobia, the Soldier Breedy, originally from Bridgetown, Barbados, now fighting out of Clinton, Maryland, taking on Jonathan Gears, originally from Wilson, North Carolina, now fighting out of Rocky Mount, North Carolina. His last bout, Gears, was against Javante Davis back in 2013 at the Echo Stage Lounge. Breedy catches. Let's see what's going on here. There's kind of a twist there. They trip and Breedy coming in, but I don't know what stance Jonathan Gears is throwing. He's straight ahead. Now he's running around, back to his left, running back to his right. Breedy trying to catch him. He does so with a body shot, and down he goes. And Gears is waving it off. That's it. Jonathan Gears bend over in the neutral corner. He's down on knees now. So doctor coming in to look at him, but he is feeling infected at that body shot. Gears now in a squatting position. So another first round knockout by Cobia Breedy. Now 5-0, 4 KOs. Jonathan Gears now 0-2. The official time at 35 seconds of the first round. Once the official time, so we get official time to the audience. Here's Brad Dudley.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at 35 seconds, number 1. Here is there. He calls a halt to the bout for your winner by TKO.
Coming to you live tonight from the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia, with the Boxing Law and Beltway Post-Fight Wrap-Up Show. Boxing Law and Beltway Post-Fight Wrap-Up Show is brought to you in part by UndisputedBrand.com. Visit UndisputedBrand.com for the finest in boxing and mixed martial arts apparel. Undisputed Brand, the brand true champions wear. By JM Photography, where your home is your studio at JM Photography 26 at yahoo.com, and by Real Time Pain Max. Brought Real-Time Pain Max on, and the pain is gone in real time. Gary Digital Williams alongside Juan Marshall as the fans celebrating Cobia Breedy like he had won a championship, where in fact, in all honesty, he had fought and beaten his 4th straight winless boxer in our last bout of the evening tonight.
You know, that, to me, I hate to see a kid with a Breedy's talent fight against guys that come to the ring with him To me, I'm not blaming him because it's the matchups. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do as a fighter, getting rid of these guys because it'll make him look bad if he goes the distance with them. Other than that one time he went the distance. And Wilson, North Carolina fighters should not be allowed up here on Beltway boxing cards because it turns the cards around completely. Especially in a good card. This was a pretty decent card right here. Yeah. And end the night with a card like that, 35 seconds. And like I said, the sound of the bell, you can look at this fighter and tell he's never been in the ring before. You can see it. Visually, you can see it. The fans see it. When, during the broadcast, we can sit there and hear fans behind us saying, oh my goodness, look at this guy. They see that he has no boxing skills at all.
No question about it. Well, everybody on the A side of the ring won the bout. Everybody in the red corner won their bouts. We're not going to go over everything. There's 14 bouts. We saw some good performances tonight. A couple of good bouts went the distance. Unfortunately, a lot of those bouts did not include Beltway boxing. Beltway boxers scored a lot of knockouts. Other than Edgar Torres, who won 40-36 against Henry Mercer, who I think was a little tougher than people thought he would be.
Yeah, Mercer was a stronger fighter than the other fighter that came into, and also with Mendoza, like I said, he's a slow starter, so he actually made that bout a little tougher than he's supposed to make it. Because he has more skill level than Mercer. Mercer has a lot of power and stamina. Torres. And Torres is a pretty good boxer. Right. And like I said, Mercer is just the guy that's stronger but didn't have his talent level and the boxing skills that Torres has. And like I said, Torres made that bout a little harder. All he had to do was box. Use his jab and box. And he wasn't using his jab tonight like he's supposed to be using.
The other surprise tonight, Devontae Speed Walls going to a technical draw against Jonathan Hernandez. They butted heads, and it was a cut over the left eye of Jonathan Hernandez, and that ended up being the difference in the situation. Now, a little bit of controversy. I thought that after 2 rounds, if the bout was in the 3rd round, then the bout was stopped because of a technical situation. Then the 3rd round scores up to that point would be counted, and it would go to the scorecard. But they didn't do that. They called it a technical draw right at the halfway point of the 3rd round, which I thought was interesting as well. So tough break for Devontae Rawls, 4-0-1 now, and now there's 2-3-2.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'm gonna research myself because. For future reference, just in case something happens in the area, so we'll know exactly what's supposed to happen. And maybe we can update the commission if they don't know.
Right.
Because apparently, to us, it seemed like they pretty much that's what it was. They were halfway through that round already, and halfway through the 3rd round, basically. And it should have went to the scorecards, and it should have been called a draw. So now that takes the perfect record away from draws because now he has a draw on his record.
Right. So we'll see what happens there. Another good bout on tonight. Larry Pryor, working out of the B side tonight out of Frederick, Maryland, went up against Steven Superman Bouye out of New York by way of Albania, and went the distance with him. Lost by scores of 60-54 and 59-55 twice, but he stayed in there and played and fought pretty tough.
Yeah, he did. And Pryor, I was impressed with him tonight because he started off a little awkward with his hands down low and things like that. But he basically changed out through the rounds. Hopefully because of his corner. He was starting to listen to his corner. I saw he picked his hands up. He got his defense together. And actually, he won a couple of rounds.
Yeah. I thought it was a little close as well. But Larry Pryor now 9-12. And Steven Bouye remains undefeated. He's now 14-0-1. And the rest of the bouts, like I said, landed pretty easily. A lot of body shot knockouts tonight I thought was pretty interesting. And so they say body shots a lost art. Well, tonight it proved not to be because there were a lot of body shot knockouts in this situation. We had O'Shaki Foster, all 3 of his knockdowns were knockout in the very first bout of the night. Also, Dodi Penalosa's win was by knockout into the body as well. So we saw a lot of great body shots tonight.
Yeah, and that's I love to see fights with body shots because that shows the boxer is actually being trained well. He's being trained well because he wants, and that shows he's a complete boxer. He knows how to get rid of fighters with the body shot, and he knows how to get fighters when the opportunity comes with the head shots. And most fighters, when they land body shots, they are being taught that the body opens up shots to the head. Right. And that's exactly what happens. But in this case, Foster didn't need the head tonight. He just used the body shots with a lot of power behind it.
So okay, that pretty much covers the card. Of course, you can listen to it. It's archived. It'll be archived as soon as we finish up here tonight. It'll be archived in a few minutes and get a chance to relive some of the bouts and all the cards we've done over the past few years on the Box on Beltway Google app for Android. A couple good wins. Dodi Penalosa with a knockout win. Francisco Bustos, now 3-0, 2KO. Alexander Marine fought very well against Robert Canales. Canales looked very small against Marine. And the Spartan won. He's now 10-0, 7 KOs. We saw Fan Long Meng, first round TKO. And great interesting bouts all the way through the night. So that pretty much covers the card. Now, coming up before we go, of course, just to recap, for those who didn't know, Danny Kelly lost a 8-round unanimous decision tonight in the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. He lost by scores of 80-72 and 79-73 twice. So tough loss for Danny Kelly. That's his, I believe, his second pro loss in his career. So a tough loss for him as well. But we'll see what happens there. Now, our next local card will be on Saturday, February 27th. That'll be from the Sphinx Club in Washington, D.C. Again, the main event, Ty Barnett returns to action, takes on Daniel the Prophet Atta, former world title challenger out of Washington, D.C. It's be very interesting to see what happens there. A number of boxers will be on that card. We'll give you the whole lineup here on the Box on the Beltway as well as on Pro-Am Fight Talk. We also have a number of boxers fighting all over the country in February. We'll give you the full list of that as well. Coming up in February as well. We head into the Washington Golden Gloves coming up very shortly. And also, reminder that on January the 21st, Thursday night, Gary Antoine Russell will be on the USA Knockouts team in the World Series of Boxing. And he will be competing against Great Britain down in Miami, Florida on January 21st. As I'm not sure I guess this is part of his qualifying for the Olympic Games. Again, he's on the Olympic team. He has to qualify for the Olympic Games. So that'll be on Thursday night, January 21st in Miami, Florida. That'll do it once again here from the Box on Beltway Google app for Android, Box on Beltway Post-Fight Wrap-Up Show. Remember, Box on Beltway Post-Fight Wrap-Up Show brought to you in part by UndisputedBrand.com. Visit UndisputedBrand.com for the finest in boxing and mixed martial arts apparel. Undisputed Brand, the brand true champions wear. By JM Photography, where your home is your studio. At JM Photography 26 at yahoo.com. And by our newest sponsor, Real Time Pain Relief Max. Rub on Real Time Pain Relief, and the pain is gone in real time. For Juan Marshall, I'm Gary Digital Williams saying so long from the ABC Sports Complex in Springfield, Virginia. And always remember, keep supporting the best boxing in the world, the boxing along the Beltway. Take care.